and get started. Morning. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole. It's 9:01. I appreciate everyone being here, and we have a full agenda, so we will go ahead and get started. I did want to, before we approve the consent calendar, I did want to just state that we had 3 people who sent their comments in, and we have addressed one that has very extended information. It was a teacher, and that has been taken care of, and we will make sure that all of our comments and those that have questions will be dealt with through someone from the district office and will be handled very progressively and professionally. So I just wanted to mention that. And everyone knows that the reason why we have the consent calendar and that we are not allowing anyone in today is because at the May 12th, 2020 meeting, we had a special call meeting and the Board of Trustees approved a temporary procedure for public input to board meetings during the governor's current state of emergency and any subsequent state of emergency pertaining to COVID-19 pandemic, and consists with board policy KCA to allow the public to communicate their comments while also adhering to safety and health precautions. Citizens' comments meetings the stated guidelines and receive no later than 24 hours prior to the meeting are attached. So everything has been taken care of, and I thank you for your patience and understanding. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve.
Mr. Suddeth, and second by?
Second.
By Mr. Meek. Any questions? All in favor, please address by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and the motion carries. At this time, we will go to administration, but prior to, Dr. Royster would like to say a few words.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Wells. This really has to do with the first item under administration. I know the board received this information late yesterday when we first received it, but for the public record, we received a communication late yesterday afternoon from Dr. Eckert from the MUSC, who had been scheduled to appear via Zoom before the board today to present primarily about her research into COVID-19 and the effects of COVID-19 on school systems and the safety of operating under those circumstances. However, we received this information late yesterday again. She has been asked to postpone her talk in the Q&A session due to unique and unforeseen circumstances internally at MUSC. However, she did go on to say, in addition to apologizing for the last minute cancellation and inconvenience for this circumstance that's beyond her control, to reschedule with us, and with the agreement of the chair, we have rescheduled that for February the 23rd at 4 p.m., which is prior to the regularly scheduled evening board meeting, and that we would adopt that in perhaps a workshop format as a called workshop, not a special call meeting of the board. Again, I share with you her apologies for the last minute cancellation, but we certainly look forward to having her here in 2 weeks. Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. And since Mr. Lewis is chairing the administration 2.01, I will ask him to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the recommended action for the administration is to skip item 2.01 and postpone it to another discussion. Without objection, we will move on to item 2.02, the request for use of CARES funds for personal protective equipment. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. You have in front of you a request for utilization of CARES Act funds. We've identified a potential need. We say a need was a potential need for additional supplies for maintaining hygiene and sanitation, social distancing protocols, including mask, hand sanitizer, sanitizing wipes, gloves, face shields, gowns, etc., We estimate that potential need to be at $635,000 to ensure an adequate supply through the remainder of the spring and into the summer. We have plenty on hand right now. We would not anticipate ordering this unless we see that that supply will be insufficient. But we also don't want to utilize general fund funds for that purpose if it's needed. So we request $635,000 of CARES Act funding to be utilized for that purpose if necessary. Our experience in recent months has been that we can get almost real-time delivery. We do not have a backlog as existed at one time in obtaining those supplies. So we would monitor our stock very carefully and order only that which is necessary and needed. Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Dr. Royster, the type of mask that y'all are supplying, when that guy made the comments, it said that they are not N95 masks. Are the masks N95 masks? The teacher that had commented said they are not. They just cloth masks.
Well, they are the medical masks like this one right here. Well, I think we do have some N95s. People have requested those. We've issued those out to them. That is not necessarily a recommendation of medical professionals. They have advised that this mask provides the appropriate level of protection.
That provides the type of protection that the N95 mask does?
Yes, it provides it differently, but the information we've received from medical and health professionals is that this provides the level of protection necessary.
So if they are requesting that to feel more secure and going into the buildings, are y'all offering that N95 mask to them?
Yes.
Are?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sailors.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the $635,000 request for CARES Act funding to ensure adequate personal protective equipment through September of 2021.
I have a motion from Mr. Sailors and a second from Ms. Mosley. Oh, sorry. A second from Ms. Levent as well. Mr. Sailors, do you have any further
No, I
questions?
just wanted to get it on the floor, sir.
Okay. Ms. Mosley.
I missed this, I apologize. Sorry. I missed this, I apologize. What I think I heard you say, this is a just in case fund. So what happens to this money if it's not spent? I know that the CARES money, at least I think I understand, it's only usable for certain things.
That's correct.
So what happens to this money? Where does it go if we don't need it?
I was trying to think the best way to organize this. CARES Act 1, you will see shortly. This probably would have made better sense in the order we originally had it in. We moved the agenda to accommodate the planned presentation on COVID. Otherwise, this would have fallen after Mr. McCoy's presentation on remediation.
Right, and I did read that.
Which then asked for a very large allocation from CARES Act. CARES Act 1, obviously the first CARES Act funds that came through the state, but really directly to the school district, i.e. the state could not remove any funding from that. It came directly to the district. The deadline on that is the fall of 22, right, Robin? You follow along behind me, make sure I don't mess up the dates. The fall of 22. This amount and the amount that a portion of the amount we're going to talk about in a little bit will clean out completely CARES Act 1. If we were not to have used this by the end of the summer, we'd come back to you and ask you to reallocate it so we get it spent before the deadline, which would be fall of 21. Okay, so we're still good with that if we end up having all but 635. And it may be that we use CARES Act 2 on this.
Okay.
The CARES Act 2 does not expire until fall of 23. CARES Act 1 has 12 legitimate categories for expenditure. CARES Act 2 has 15. There's no question that we'll be able to devise some recommendations to be able to effectively utilize the money before its deadlines, because it's a pretty broad, and one of the categories is simply to be able to continue district operations. So as we look to the budget for the coming year, it's very likely that we have a hole in that budget. So it's probably also very likely we would recommend using some portion of that to fill that hole. So we've got plenty of time, and we've tried to time these to make sure we've used the money in the pots that have the shortest deadline. For example, we mentioned to you earlier, we received some funds directly from the state. Those are CRF funds. They have to be spent really by the end of this summer. And we've basically already spent them, as we indicated to you that we would, on remediation. That's what's paying for the spring remediation. That'll make a little more sense again when Mr. McCoy finishes. But I think kind of the short answer is we're carefully watching this and timing the expenditures to ensure that we don't have money that would go back as opposed to being used for a purpose that would benefit the district.
Are these categories, can I get a copy of what these different, I'm just
Sure.
curious what the different categories are?
I think it probably is already back in your board doc somewhere,
It
but
might be.
we'll resend it.
Okay,
And we'll send you the new one as well. But I think we sent both of them. I know we sent CARES Act one, but yes, we'll certainly do that.
okay. I'm happy to look into it. Thank you.
Mr. Meek. No, it's not.
Thank you. Could you have the maker of the motion repeat it, please? I'm not sure I heard him correctly.
It was the motion that was on the board docs. Approve $635,000 CARES Act funding to ensure adequate personal protective equipment through the summer of 2020.
I thought you said September before. It's the reason I question. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Ms. Wells?
Just quickly, the purchase and then inventory, keeping up with the inventory, is this being handled at school level or at the district level? In terms of, I guess we're going to purchase in bulk
Yes.
and then that's handled at the district level. and then-
It's managed at the district level. There would be some reserve supply in a school, but the primary stockpiling is at the district level. And Mr. Davey is responsible for that through the warehouse and logistics and that sort of thing.
And then, so who manages the inventory at the school sites and communicates on that?
Mr. Davey?
Yes, we set up a system so that the principals through their secretaries, bookkeepers can order COVID supplies through our warehouse. And then, of course, our warehouse staff and Mr. Knotts watch that inventory and we ship to schools as they need that. And then Mr. Holliday keeps up with a running list of what's been ordered, what's been sent for each location.
Okay, so he's sort of evaluating how much are we using? Does it look like there are any schools that are kind of out of
Ma'am,
skew?
that's correct.
Either not getting supplies they need in time or, okay.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So, thank you.
Any board members have any additional questions? Mr. Sedith?
Dr. Oyster, we've got here the term adequate personal protective equipment. What constitutes adequate?
It would simply be referencing those items in the first paragraph under the facts and the impact statement. So make sure that teachers and other employees have masks so that they can change those as they need to change them. That employees who need to utilize gloves for carrying out their job function to protect themselves have a sufficient supply of gloves. That we have enough hand sanitizer in stock and in place to ensure that people can frequently wash their hands. Again, maintaining, if we go back to the four corners that we talked about of maintaining the safety and security and health of our personnel and our students, that enough supplies to be able to wash your hands or sanitize them frequently and to be able to protect yourself utilizing a mask or a face shield or whatever that might include. And some of that is job specific. So it could be a different level of protection for a custodial employee, could be a different level of protection for a pre-K teacher, and it could be a different level of protection for a person that's a clerical person in the office. So some of that is very job specific.
I think the last I heard on the mask was if you've got a 3-layer mask, then you're 90% protected. And then what I heard yesterday was face shields are not very adequate because of the amount of material that comes above it, comes out below it.
We only utilize face shields with mask for our employees that are in most vulnerable positions. For example, it might be a one-on-one aid with a self-contained special needs student. They're not just wearing a face mask. We do not support the idea nor put forth the protocol that you wear only a face mask. But we have some teachers who choose to wear one, and we have some employees in most vulnerable situations. Nurses would be one, that they're wearing a mask and they're wearing a face shield. Because you're exactly correct, the face shield, because of the ability to pass above it or below it, in and of itself and by itself does not provide sufficient protection.
Are we requiring all teachers to wear both
No, sir.
so the teacher can choose which to wear?
That all teachers could make that choice. We do have some teachers that do certain tasks working with certain students where they cannot be separate from them and apart from them, that they do wear both. And our nurses wear both.
I would think that the majority of our teachers would wear a mask and not a face shield.
They're required to wear a mask when they cannot maintain 6 feet or equivalent.
What about if I've got a mask and a face shield both? And we've had discussions and comments about students claiming, well, I can't hear. I don't understand what my teacher's saying.
We actually
Has
have,
that been worked out or?
yes, sir, we have a process in place. Mr. Davey has a group in maintenance. They go out, they take decibel level readings in the room from multiple locations to see if the level of speech is sufficient for what is considered the threshold for appropriate level being able to hear, which I think is what, 58 decibels, Philip, something like that. And then if they need us help with that, then we work with them to try to correct it to get it at that level or above. And if there are individual students in that room that are having an issue, then we work with those individual students to see how we might best address that. That part wouldn't be different from ordinary school year. The last part, the individual student.
Excuse me, Mr. Johnson. Without objection, we'll extend for additional 10 minutes.
Every day I look at television, they're changing what kind of mask I should have. It seems to be always the professional mask. How much do those cost?
These,
No, those are not the professional, the 95 mask.
an N95 mask? Well, I guess it depends on how you quantify professional. This is what the healthcare people and the medical people would say that is a professional mask. The cost of this, Philip, and the cost of the N95, if you know that. If not, we can send that to Mr. Sutton.
It appears to me that with the N95 mask, I am better protected because it fits tightly on my face, but that has places in it where things can get in and out. So what's the validity of that?
You want me to answer the cost question or?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm really looking at really effectiveness.
Well, and unless and until the medical people that we talk with, the medical professionals and the health professionals tell us this is not sufficient, we take it on their recommendation that this is sufficient protection. And this is what they utilize in the hospital and clinical settings in all but the cases where they're providing direct patient care, in which case they use face shields in addition to this, or perhaps some other mask, depending on the medical procedure and the person they're working with.
You know, when I looked at the sanitizer, the wipes, the gloves, the gowns, there seems to be no problem with that. But we continuously continue to have problems with a mask. What kind of mask, how many masks, how long you have to wear the mask. And the same thing is true with the face shield. So I personally don't know where we're going to go from here.
Well,
As regard to those two things goes, because apparently the way it stands now, the last that I heard, we're going to be wearing these masks for at least till the end of the school year, and maybe even next school year. So that's just looking down the road.
and I think that's, you know, while we like to always look down the road, I think at this point, it's a little too great a distance for us to accurately look down that road. So we're following the advice that we currently have in place from the healthcare providers and from DHEC. And the advice we get is what we put out in writing to our employees. And it's the type mask that we're providing. And you're exactly right. So if there's all kind of conflicting information out there, and that's why we constantly come back to what do the medical professionals say to us and what do the healthcare professionals say to us. And that's what we have followed and will continue to follow moving forward.
What is the governor asking us to do?
I don't know that I would be qualified to speak to what the governor's asking us to do. I would just.
He said we need to open the schools up.
Yes, sir, and our schools are open.
Do they satisfy his requirements?
I'm not sure they do.
One last question, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Looking at all this conflicting information, where do you go to get your, what you consider to be the best information? What source do I go to if I want to find what you find to be the best information?
Well, that was the reason to bring Dr. Eckert here today, and hopefully she will be here in 2 weeks. But we have utilized Prisma, we've utilized Bon Secours St. Francis, and we use the Department of Health and Environmental Control. And our recommendations, the protocols that we follow, are sometimes a mix of the advice from all of those, but generally speaking, all of their advice aligns. And I think that would be one thing that you hear from Dr. Eckert, is that how that advice does align, and some assessment of the kinds of protocols that we have in place. As you know, and I think we sent to you all the study that she did at the Charleston County Schools, and with a couple of minor exceptions, we do exactly the same things and followed almost identically the same protocols. So again, there's all kind of information out there. We've consistently followed the local healthcare providers and DHEC.
So we've got 4 sources that you've mentioned.
Yes, sir. Now
So each one of them counts probably
USC.
25% of what we would.
I'm sorry, sir.
He's done.
I missed the first part of that.
All right. Say we've got 4 sources. And I'm trying to find a place where I can go, and the information that I receive, I can be fairly, excuse me, confident that that will be the best source I can go to.
I believe any public advice that you see from Bon Secours, from Prisma, from DHEC, and from the CDC, all in general terms aligns with one another, and it aligns with what we're doing.
It just seems that more and more, they're not together. That one is saying this and the other one's saying that, so they're getting to be like everybody else.
With the advice that we receive from them, they are very closely aligned.
Okay. I would hope that we would continue to look at what we consider to be adequate personal protective equipment.
Sir, and we certainly stay in close contact with them to ensure that we're doing that.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sennett. Ms. Fincher, I can't see, do we have board members participating by Zoom? Do they,
Yes, sir, we do.
I can't see, do they have, can I see whether they have questions or not? Are they invisible?
Mrs. Doolin and Mrs. Bush, I can tell you, if you would ask them to raise their hand, I can tell you if they have, I can tell you they raise their hand for a question.
Do either of our board members participating online have any questions? Ms. Doolin, do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Ms. Bush, do you have any questions?
No, I'm fine right now. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Ms. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Dr. Royster, in talking about the sound barriers in some of the classrooms with the plexiglass, have we thought about utilizing microphones? Because I know that some of the classrooms have surround sound.
Yes, ma'am. We have some in place, and in those areas where they have reported difficulty, we have added some.
That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
You're correct. Some of the newer schools have them as part of the FF&E in the building. I believe it's Fountain Inn is scheduled for that as well, isn't it, Phil?
Well, I know that at Cherrydale, some of the classrooms had surround sound when we had the single gender program there.
There's there is some research related to the effectiveness of that has nothing to do with the pandemic or plexiglass or masking or anything else. So that's the reason we have some of those in place already.
Thank you. Dr. Oyster, I believe Mr. Davey was going to tell us the price, and I never heard that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. David.
Yes, sir. And we're always looking for the best price, but these 3-ply surgical masks are somewhere in the neighborhood of 20, 25 cents a piece. And then if you go to KN95 mask, the last price I saw was a couple of dollars a piece. So it's, difference in price there.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? The motion on the floor is to approve $635,000 of CARES Act funding to ensure adequate personal protective equipment through the summer of 2021. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes. Item number 2.03, the hiring report. Dr. Royster.
Mr. Lewis, we are a little behind in this. Normally we do this in the late summer, early fall, but everything is different this year and has been to a degree disrupted by addressing and dealing with COVID. Both your time in board meetings as well as our time administratively, but we do have this year's report. I think there's some positives in there, despite a lot of discussion nationally and even statewide about the shortage of teachers, and there certainly is a shortage of teachers. But there's some good information in here that shows a little bit of trend contrary to what some might believe, but still certainly reflects an overall need for more and additional teachers, and for our universities and colleges for us to work with them to see how we might increase the number of people going into the profession. And I'll turn it over at this time to Ms. Gibbs to share with you the report related to Goal 2 of the strategic plan to recruit, retain, and develop exemplary personnel in all positions. Ms. Gibbs?
So we will get started by looking at what we did last year to prepare for this. Like Dr. Rooster said, a little late because we're now focused on next school year and starting the hiring process. So for last year, we hired 2,113 individuals. You can see this broken out by category. We conducted 158 orientations, all new employees to the district, whether they're an adjunct employee that work in the program, or they're a teacher or an accountant or a bus driver, attend the orientation.
Sorry. And we were able to move those to virtual sessions.
to be able to conduct those virtually, and probably will consider continuing that for especially teachers, because they're all over the country when they are getting onboarded into the district. Just to let you know what we're planning for this year, we have 2 recruiting events for teachers set up, one on February 20th and one on March 20th, where we are doing virtually. The first for secondary, as of yesterday, we already had 150 candidates enrolled to attend that event. We were in a good position when March happened last year because we had already hired 3 of our 4 principal openings. We had just had our Shining Stars teacher event. We had issued 63 open contracts for teachers. And we had actually hired 170 teachers before we went home for the pandemic. So we were ahead of the game for recruiting for a school year. One of the things that happened to human resources in the district was staffing the virtual program. And so we went about that. There are about 700 plus staff members in the virtual program. We determined which schools were going to have reductions in staff based on the virtual enrollment. Then we first placed teachers who had made EFMLA requests due to their health or health of a family member. We then placed volunteers who wanted to teach virtually. Then we offered places in virtual to working retirees who didn't have contracts, who had been displaced from their schools. Then we had to move a few people between locations, and then we actually had to do some hiring to fill the last virtual positions. The one difference was the high schools, where they coordinated at the school level the classes they had for virtual versus face-to-face instruction. But we worked with them for those teachers who had requested to work virtually, and some creativity of split schedules for high school teachers to fill the virtual needs at the high school. This is a summary of our admin hiring for last year. We hired 4 principals, directors, 16 assistant principals, and you can see the statistics on the diversity by category of our support management leaders in the district. For our instructional staff, we hired 593 people, and 90 of those were diverse candidates. So that was a 15%, which is higher than our total diversity and really higher than the national and state average of people coming out of education programs. I'll talk a little bit about how having our alternative certification programs like GATE and PACE and CATE, some different programs, Teachers of Tomorrow, and our international teachers has helped us to increase the diversity of our teachers, because those programs tend to give us more diverse candidates than we have in the traditional education programs. And then tracking diversity from our EEO5 report, which is the report we do every 2 years, but we run it every year to talk about the percent diversity we have in our teachers. Although we hired 15% of those we hired last year were diverse, our percentage dropped just a little bit. And I think that was driven by some retirements we had in people that left the district. Last year at this time, we had 6 schools who had no diverse representation in their teachers. So we are down to 3 schools that have no diversity. So an improvement as we've made a focus on increasing diversity at all schools. These are some of the things that we do on teacher recruitment, and I don't want necessarily go over all of those, but the early vetting and hiring has been important to us. We interview all of our student teachers, which we usually have about 250 per semester. We have expanded our efforts looking at parts of the country where we can pick up candidates that are interested in moving to Greenville, South Carolina. And we certainly have increased the hiring from alternative programs. The state has a program called SC Create to help us increase the pipeline for special ed teachers. So many traditional elementary, middle school teachers might also choose to do this program to add special ed certifications. And we've had some support for elementary certified teachers to get middle level certification. If you're elementary certified, you can teach 6th grade, but not 7th and 8th. So if you add on the middle level certification, that gives us more flexibility. We have done billboards, job boards, alumni, email list, knowing that people often return to teach close to home. We have the Clemson Teaching Residence Program, and we increase some of our supports for alternative certification induction teachers for retention purposes. And then we have done workshops with our teacher cadets in the high school to encourage those people to enter the teaching profession. And our HR department has a social media presence just for recruiting of teachers. And this shows how we believe we need to build this pipeline, starting with teacher cadets, improving relationships with universities, student teacher support, our in-district recruiting events, in-state recruiting events, and out-of-state recruiting events in order to improve hiring of teachers. Between 2010 and 2018, there was a dramatic reduction in students entering education programs and a dramatic reduction in those completing education programs across the United States. So it's becoming increasingly important to look at how we build relationships to hire teachers. And we also have the connection now with the Expressway to Tigertown, where students can get credits in high school, then go to Greenville Tech, do most of their first 2 years, and then move on to Clemson into the education program. Another important part of our recruiting in HR is the hourly workforce, which has become a challenge in Greenville as Greenville is successful and has many job opportunities. And you have heard us talk about shortage of bus drivers. We also have increased our need to recruit people for building services and for fans. And so we are looking at ways to get our word out. We have a full-time recruiter for the hourly work group who is very seldom in our office, but often out in the community, drumming up interest for our jobs. You will see billboards for our job fairs that we had. We just had a job fair on January 27th at Lifelong Learning, where we had 52 people come to a socially distanced job fair where we offer assistance for them to fill out applications. We have information sessions on fans, building services, and bus driving for candidates to learn more about us. So last year, preparing for this year, there were 9 events with 451 people who attended, and we had to cancel 3 events due to COVID. And you'll just see ways that Vicki is out posting flyers, making connections with Goodwill. We send school messengers when we have a job fair for parents to know about the job fairs. Back when in the fall of 2019, she was setting up tables at football games, at volleyball games, working with career clubs through vocational rehab to increase some opportunities for employees that might have special needs. And on the next slide, we have the Hispanic Alliance, reaching out to them, looking at the other groups that have job fairs that we connect with. There were some virtual job fairs held by SC Works. things like being in Christmas parades and having school buses in Christmas parades with banners about hiring. So we have worked hard to get our name out there that we don't just employ teachers, but it is a battle to be competitive in Greenville, South Carolina. Just in addition to hiring, these are just some of the other areas that HR was involved in on an ongoing basis. One of the big areas where we've had an increase in our workload was the leave administration. We typically have about 250 people on leave every day. Not the same 250, but people who move in and out of leave. But we have had 1,000 plus COVID leaves on top of our regular leaves. So that coding those leaves correctly to the CARES Act and dealing with making sure those people have all their needs met. We also had around 1,100 unemployment claims filed by substitutes and after school workers who were not able to work when we were closed. And the others are just typical things that we in HR do on an annual basis to support our employees in the district. And I did just want to end by saying to the board how appreciative we are in HR for the approval to have funds for our employee assistance program. I think this year we certainly have seen stress among employees, and we had a new report that we just received this week. And it looks like over the course of the pandemic, about 19% of our employees have gone to the employee assistance website. They had an excellent section on COVID. We're talking about all the stress that it is creating for families, for children, for employees. And so even though they may not make an appointment with a counselor, they're able to get very good information and things to help them deal with a pandemic, none of which we've ever dealt with before. And we have maintained steady in terms of our employees reaching out for assistance with stress and mental illness and other drug abuse and things that have come about and continue to be concerns during the pandemic. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. If we could start with the board members that are online. Ms. Julian, do you have any questions for Ms. Gibbs?
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I did have a question about when employees choose to leave, does the district survey them to know why they're leaving?
We do have an exit interview process. We are not always successful in getting employees to respond to that process, but we do try to find out, especially for teachers, why they're leaving. And we have a mail out email that they respond to, and then we schedule individual meetings with those who request to meet with us. I think the biggest reason we track on the hourly employees is generally it's a pay issue. That is, people are leaving for a job with higher pay.
And then those that are salaried, is there a common reason?
For teachers, teachers is across the board leaving the profession. We tend to swap a lot of employees with neighboring districts because maybe they've worked for us, but they live in Anderson and now they have children and they want to teach where their children are going to school. So there's a certain percentage of that. Sometimes it's just fit, which we're very fortunate because with all of the schools we have transfer options for people. So if they were in a Title I setting and they want to move to a different school or vice versa, we have those options within the district. I think people leaving teaching is still a concern. We have had, I think, some folks to retire as they became eligible to retire. And I think some of that was contributed to the pandemic.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Doolin. Ms. Bush, do you have any questions? Okay, Ms. Bishop, you're muted. I'm not sure. I can't see you, so I don't know if you're talking or not.
Okay, how is
Okay.
that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. You said that we had gone from 5 schools last year. Ms. Gibbs, you said we had gone from 5 schools that did not have a diversity
From
to
6, from 6 to 3.
Okay, so we cut that in half. Could you share with us that those, maybe those 6 from last year and then those 3 that are still there?
I know the 3. I didn't bring with me the
Okay.
6, but I can
Okay.
provide that. I know I can name 2 of them. I can't think of the third. The 3 that we have right now are the Fine Arts Center, Tigerville, and Mountain View.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lynn, a couple of questions about, you've got in here some information reflecting the WIN test,
Yes, sir.
and that replaces work keys, correct?
Correct.
If a potential employee had taken the work keys test just prior to the shift at the state level from work keys to WIN, can they still
Yes.
apply with the work keys test?
They can.
They don't have to take WIN.
Correct.
Okay, and there's no timeline considerations for that, are there?
Right. We just have to be able to get a copy of that
Correct.
test.
So either WIN or work
work
keys
keys.
will work. Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your presentation also hires and rehires. Can you explain a little deeper about what the term rehire represents?
So a rehire would be someone who had worked for us previously. A good example is I don't know what percentage, but a student could have worked in an after-school program when they were in high school. They go to college, become a teacher, and when they come to us, we consider that a rehire because they already had an employee number, a record in our system. So they would be classified as a rehire versus a new hire who is someone who's never worked for us before.
Okay. Now, I think a year ago, or a little over a year ago, when this presentation was made, I raised a question about the rate of pay for our hourly workers. And the fact that because we hold a check, period, so we hold their first 2 weeks. In a lot of cases, if not most cases, an hourly employee will not see his or her first payroll deposited until almost a month after they first started the job. Is that still the case?
It is, but we have a project in place working on that to eliminate that delay and work at what would be more acceptable in terms of timing of paychecks.
Okay, I appreciate that because as I stated then, one of my concerns is the amount of money we invest in recruiting employees. And let's face it, most hourly employees for this district, if not everywhere or most places, live from paycheck to paycheck. And I think it's very unrealistic for us to expect an employee that's relatively new, probably with a small family, to have to go that long without salary. So I look forward to the report on how that turns out. Thank you.
Probably a little more specific answer to that is we're ready to go with that as of July 1, except for having to work through the issue of the 2 weeks at Christmas. I believe that's the single remaining question to be resolved. Is that not right, Robin?
Yes, sir. We're looking into how we can cover that.
Dr. Oyster, then I'd request that once this is put into place, that the board be given an update on it.
We'll certainly do that. And we don't see any reason we won't be ready to go July 1. It's just a matter of dealing with Christmas, and that might have some limited financial implications, which could become part of the FY22. I find it hard to say the FY22 budget, but the FY22 budget.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Lynn, Ms. Bush asked one of my questions about the diversity in the schools. But is it true that in order for the elementary school teachers to get that middle school certification, that they have to take more than one class to be content certified?
That, the state has changed that requirement now to just taking the specific praxis. So
Okay,
that has helped people be able to get that middle level certification.
okay. I know I heard from a teacher that tried that and said that it was a couple of
Right.
courses they had to take. What is the data for the expressway to Tiger Town? I know it's been in effect for a couple of years now. Do you have any data on how many have taken advantage of that?
I will have to get that for you. I don't have that handy. In terms of how many students they would certainly right now be at Greenville Tech. They would not have yet gotten to the Clemson program, but I will get that for you.
This Gibbs, if I might, on that, just because we looked at that data last month with Clemson, there is, I believe, one child that we were able to accelerate and get into the Greenville Tech program. But when we released this, technically we were starting with 10th grade kids, that cohort, because they got to do a good bit of dual credits before they graduate from high school. But we identified at least one, and there may have been a few other kids that we identified that were able to work with Greenville Tech, who's been great to work with them on getting some courses that typically they should have had in high school that they can do over in Greenville Tech, and may not make exactly that same time period we outlined in Expressway of Tiger Town, but we're trying to accommodate those juniors and seniors that may have wanted to do it the year we announced this. So we should have hopefully more this year once we get those numbers into that program.
Okay, if I remember right, wasn't it just, was it Malden High School? That it was only available at, is it available at all of the rest of the high schools now?
Yes, it is now. Malden was the one at the time that year we released it. They were the one that had the second teacher experience program in place already, which is basically their practicum experience that we would have done in college. Now we've offered that. Not every high school has picked it up yet, but all high schools have the ability for those kids to be entered into that program based on other dual credit classes they can take. I know Blue Ridge has started pretty heavily with this, and then I'd have to get a list of the others, but the intention is, yes, all high schools will be able to offer that expressway to schools, to teachers, to students, sorry, future teachers.
Okay, Lynn, I've had some questions from teachers about if they refuse to get vaccinated, are they gonna lose their job?
We cannot mandate that teachers get vaccines. I think that's
Okay.
how our stance has been.
Okay, now what if a teacher gets sick after they get that vaccine? How would we as a school district handle that when it comes to their sick days?
I would think, we haven't really discussed this, if they had available COVID leave time of that 80 hours, then they would be able to use that for that time. If they had used up their 80 hours, then it would be sick leave.
Okay, well, that's some questions that's
Yeah.
coming from teachers, so I just thought I'd ask.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Derek.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin Caldwell, Ms. Mosley.
Lynn, thank you. Coming from an HR background, I really appreciate what you do. So thank you very much. Quick question, couple questions. I heard you say you had the most recent job fair was 52 people turn out. Is there a way to know about like what percent, how many hires do we get out of like that? Is that a good turnout? Is that I mean, I know we're in COVID world, so I know it's kind of, and I know the job market is.
It will
different right
depend
now.
on the work group. So, the percentage would be higher in fans and building services because of the requirements. For a bus driver, you might start with 10 applicants, and by the time you go through all the drivers, things that are required, we might get 2 or 3.
Okay.
We would love to have days of 100 plus people at those job fairs, but we were grateful to have 50 in the middle of a COVID situation.
So 50 is sort of an under attended based in non-COVID, let's just say non-COVID world. Are you used to higher attendance? Is that
Yes.
typical? Okay. And then what do you perceive as the biggest challenge as far as hiring right now? Is it wage? Is it out like the hours they would have to work, not enough hours?
For the hourly work group?
For the hourly, yes.
I think competitive wage is an ongoing issue. And you think of 2 of our work groups are 9-month jobs,
Okay.
although we offer summer opportunities. Those are, somewhat challenges. Food service world, people are attracted to that job because they can work when their kids are in school and have summers off.
Right.
Bus drivers, and we have some bus drivers who love that schedule and don't want to work in the summer. But others, I think just the fact that it's a 9-month job is a little bit different than many jobs.
Okay.
And I think right now it's just the Greenville market is just, there are lots of opportunities for people. If you ride down any major intersection, most every fast food restaurant has hiring now, get hired today, get paid tomorrow. Chick-fil-A, you got a lot. I saw 3 billboards from Simpsonville to this office today with people hiring, one of which is 3M, which is a manufacturing company that I have never seen post on a billboard their needs to fill jobs in their manufacturing facility.
So I heard you say competitive wage. How are we compared to maybe other upstate districts or other districts in the state?
I think
we're the
we'll
largest.
be competitive with districts, but in Greenville, South Carolina, for those hourly jobs, we compete with jobs in Greenville, not jobs at other school districts.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Ms. Wells.
Thank you. What is American Board?
It's a special, one of those alternative certification programs where they help screen and vet candidates that are not traditional education program candidates, like Teach for America, Teach for Tomorrow, those kinds of, it's one of those newer programs like that.
With the folks we've hired, there's a lot more online degrees. And I know in the past, we've talked about where we're going to recruit, and we've listed the universities and colleges and all that kind of thing. How are we looking at online institutions and what the people that they might be graduating through their programs? And
we do some student teaching placements through online universities. They come to us just like a traditional education program, and those would go through our same screening. I think primarily what we see more of are online graduate programs than we do undergrad, but there are people, for example, we have classroom aides who want to become teachers, and they may do an online college program and then need to student teach, which we would coordinate with that online university.
So we aren't specifically, we haven't really looked at targeting any of those online institutions to kind of help with that.
Not that I'm aware of, but I will double check with Margaret and her recruiting team to see if they know something that I'm not aware of the very specifics.
Well, I know the concern might be that, we know what the Clemson program looks like. We know, or we get a graduate there, we know they've had, the training that they need to do what we want them to do out of the gate.
Yeah, we really have focused on states and colleges and universities that have people coming out of education programs greater than the needs surrounding them. So if you have a Michigan school that we've been successful in recruiting, but they have less opportunities in Michigan than we might have, then we've had success in matching those candidates up with people who've worked for us for 4 or 5 years to talk about life in Greenville, South Carolina. Then that's helped us with some of the out-of-state recruiting.
So I guess I would like, if you would follow up on how we're approaching the opportunity to bring teachers in from online programs. And then you figure out what, obviously you want a certain quality candidate, but kind of looking at that, because I know in the higher ed world right now, there's a lot of conversation where parents they're paying for their students to have a university experience, and their students are getting an online experience. And so there's this kind of recognition that, wait a minute, maybe we need to be rethinking this. So I would imagine that there's more and more online, more people that are going to turn to online, in addition to people that are working, that are shifting careers. Doing it online is easier if you have a good job. So Teacher cadet programs, where do we have those?
Have to defer to Jeff, the teacher cadet programs, number of high schools.
Yeah, last time I checked, teacher cadet one, that was Rockland and every.
Is that does the principal make the decision if he wants to offer that or not?
Yeah, principal decision and also, the right person to teach that class. I mean, the certification wise, anybody can teach it. You want to teach that class. So once the teacher has a passion to teach that. So I know there's been a couple of times we had to go a semester without finding a teacher to teach it. And last time I looked, everybody had it. It's a principal decision, but now we, like I said, our goal, because of this freshman entire now extended, all schools will offer that pathway.
Okay.
And in the past, we have hosted an event here at the district office to bring teacher cadets in to see the district office, talk about job opportunities. We did that virtually this year, so we wouldn't lose that connection with those classrooms.
Well, I think that's a fabulous program, and it really does seem to get those students excited, which is why it's important to me that we do have it offered at each one of our high schools, so that every, if we're looking for diversity and we're trying to really push that, making sure that we have that program available in the high schools that have higher numbers of minorities, I think is important. So shifting to that for a minute, what we're talking about, what you've got us shown here is kind of the ethnic diversity and where we are there. What other categories do we track as it relates to employee diversity?
For the strategic plan, we also are tracking percentage of male teachers at a school. I didn't include it in this presentation. I just worked with Jason on the updated numbers, but we can get that to you because at one time that was an issue where we didn't have as many male teachers, especially in elementary, but I think that number has also increased. You don't have as many graduates coming out, into some of those programs.
Well, and that's why I asked, because I was thinking we had that conversation before about the gender diversity in addition. So those are the two.
Yes.
Two primary categories. And we've talked about we have talked in the past about teacher shortages, and Dr. Royster sort of alluded to that problem. In your view, with us now, as we move forward, we're going to continue virtual school, which I think will maybe allow for some flexibility that maybe some teachers might come back to the profession that might have left the profession, for other reasons. Do we think this shift in the way we're delivering our educational services is going to help us in terms of the potential shortage? Or what's your sense of where we are there? Because I think that kind of feeds into, even as we look at budget, right? How hard should we be pushing for more alternative certifications, more aggressive pursuit of programs?
I don't know that we have enough data because of the volume this year. I think we have asked as part of our letters of intent who wants to stay in virtual, that's teaching in virtual, who wants to come back. So I think it's a beginning point for us to look at that. Not everyone has loved teaching virtually. It's a different skill set. It's a different obligation, to be at a computer all day. Some people have really enjoyed it. I think Jeff and those will be able to look at the effectiveness of teachers. When you talk about recruiting teachers, for me, the biggest concern is the decline in people enrolling in education programs. So between 2010 and 2018 in the United States, there were a third fewer students enrolling in education programs, and then a 28% decline in people completing teaching programs. So, in the nation, in 2018, there were only 152,742 people completing education program. And in South Carolina, there were 2,104. We typically hire 600, 650 teachers a year. So, that pipeline, trying to beef that back up of people going into education is going to be critical.
How many of those are the rehires where you might have a teacher who, takes a break for a few years and then comes back? Out of that 600, I guess, trying to get.
Now we hire, I'd have to look at that and look at the percentage. We have some of those every year. I'm not sure what percentage I don't know. We've never looked at it quite that way. How long have they been out? Because they could be a rehire if they went to a different district and taught. So, but we will see what data we could have on that.
Well, and I guess I'm thinking about where in the world I'm in, a lot of what our organizations are talking about, companies are talking about is now we've really exposed our employees to flexibility, right? And how they do their job and where they do their job. And we have some people who shifted to part-time because they have their children at home and they kind of just have decided they like working the part-time hours. So I guess trying to understand how we need to pivot and how we can take advantage of this disruption and maybe change some of our practices. Maybe, could we hire more teachers that might want part-time work that could job share, particularly if you're doing virtual or those kinds of things. So, I just would be interested in getting something from you guys, just kind of some understanding of what that looks like for us.
And I think
where that typically works the best is at the secondary level, most especially at the high school level, where you might find somebody to teach a course. It's almost impossible to do it at elementary level, a little bit easier to do it at the middle school level. Anecdotally, Jeff could tell you the number, but we had a number of teachers who took advantage of being able to teach virtually that would not have taught this year. Some that were already out and came back, and a few, I don't know how many, but a few who were going to be out this year with young children who decided to stay with us this year because they could stay at home and work. So anecdotally, we know there are teachers who chose to work virtually that we would not have had working otherwise. We do a lot of things you all, I think, probably already realize. For example, at the high school level, we pay teachers to give up planning periods to teach another class. I shouldn't have said it that way. We pay them to have their planning time after school. So in order to meet the accreditation requirements, but they're teaching if they're on a block, which everybody will be next year, then they're teaching all 4 blocks and they're getting a block of planning after regular school hours. Things like that, we're going to have to do more of. The one thing that I know Lynn spoke to this, and it's in the slide, the place where we've gotten the most, really kind of the most return on investment has been that GATE program. We've got a higher retention in it than the state has with their PACE program. And I think that has to do with the fact we put them with experienced teachers, both for more time and a longer period of time. So there are a lot of people out there that look to transition careers. In fact, we find a lot of times there are people who early on, they wanted to be a teacher, but the compensation wasn't what they wanted it to be. Now that they've been out doing whatever it was they chose in lieu of that, they're drawn back to coming back to that desire they had initially to be a teacher. And we've gotten some really good teachers there, and we've gotten really good retention rate. So right now, if we were looking to invest more money, probably the place where we've had the best experience, the greatest result would be to invest a little bit more in creating more slots for GATE. We're expanding it this year to which additional subject areas, Lynn?
English.
Karen's not in here.
Yeah, Karen's not, but several we've requested at English. We just started, with special ed, math, science, and we added foreign language. So now we're looking at some of the core subjects to see if we also couldn't add some people into those categories.
The other thing that's a little bit deceptive inside that number, I think Lynn's number was like 2,238 or something like that, 2,200 plus graduates of teacher education programs in the state. And we're hiring 700 some of them. One of the inherent issues in that is that 2,200 plus, they're not in the areas we need them to be in. There's still a disproportionate number of, I wouldn't say there's a surplus of them, but if a principal's going to hire somebody in the early childhood grades, they have a number of candidates to choose from. When you move up into fourth, fifth grade, that pool dwindles. When you get to middle school and then on into high school, it dramatically shrinks. So even within the teacher education system, the graduates being produced are disproportionate to the demand in general. And then when you get into specifics, it is dramatically disproportionate. When we could hire every graduate of every college in this state every year in math and science, and we wouldn't fill our vacancies. So they certainly won't fill all the vacancies for math and science throughout the state. So I think right now, the more we can do to convert people from what they're doing now to being a teacher is probably the most immediate. It is also the one over which we have the most direct control. Now, there are universities, I think Clemson has an initiative underway. The dean has sent people out to find majors that don't have a job in other areas in the university. Hey, what have you thought about maybe coming over and getting a master's degree and going into teaching? Because you can't get a job in your chosen field. Because they're in some areas, there are more graduates than there are jobs, and particularly in a downturn. So it's not as if the colleges, universities are not doing things, but that expressway to Tigertown is a good example of us working with Greenville Tech or us working with Clemson. And that one-page slide, that's a very nice summary of that. That's 2 years worth of work. And that was a fast track work because of the support of the dean at Clemson and the support of Dr. Miller at Greenville Tech and our commitment to it. That was for something with working the district with higher ed, that was an extremely fast tracked undertaking.
So you mentioned that we have a higher retention in GATE. Our GATE program's been in place for 4 years, right?
That sounds right.
And I guess we're comparing our retention rates, how to pace to say ours is better. So we've only been doing it for 4 years.
Year on year, it's better. The people who return, right? Every year, right? Second year, right? Each year.
And I think that is something we've done that's been fabulous that I'd like to see us.
And we've tried to, if a person would qualify under PACE, but we could move them to GATE. And we've tried to do that because of the support and training that we have in place.
So I do still think, because those two programs in particular are targeting people that already have 4-year degrees. So I still think there's an opportunity looking at the online systems, looking at other ways to kind of bring students in. Do you have another person?
We have 3 other speakers, so without objection, we'll extend for an additional 20 minutes.
Okay. And there was something else you said, Dr. Royster, that I wanted to follow up and ask about, but I didn't write it down, so now it's gonna. Oh, it's related to the elementary, what you said about you can't really do the part-time as well as an elementary teacher. But with the number of interventionists that we're planning to hire, I would certainly believe that we could be looking a lot differently at how we utilize people part-time, full-time across the gambit there. So,
And a number of them that are already in place are part-time individuals. Excuse me.
all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Morrison Fair.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Dr. Royster and Mrs. Gibbs, you both have touched on this, and that was on the retention of our teachers. And
Might need to get a little bit closer, Ms. Morrison Fair. I think we're having trouble hearing you.
okay, I'm sorry. Ooh. I wanted to ask if you kept the data on our most successful retention within those areas that you hire. Do we have the most success in instructional or classified? Because the reason I'm asking is because usually happy employees can attract other employees. I wanted to know where we had our most success.
We are in the process of updating those numbers for the strategic plan because we also looked at turnover in those hourly work groups. I would have to look at those percentages and get them back to you because I haven't looked at teacher retention versus bus driver retention. I will tell you probably the highest turnover job we have is bus driver. They certainly are, it's harder to retain a bus driver than it is a teacher. And we look at teacher retention after year 1, after year 2, in the first 5 years. We look at that in those buckets because that's typically when you lose teachers, is early on in the career.
Thank you. I just had one question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison Fair. Ms. LaVentus Wells.
Yes, thank you. I too agree with Ms. Wells on the teacher cadet program. I remember being at Tech and my program actually sponsored these programs when they were at River. There were only 4 high schools that were involved: Riverside, East Side, South Side, and Woodmont. And we worked very diligently. I was constantly going and working with the groups because trying to bring out the positive of teaching, and working in those schools I found very encouraging. But I will say it depended on who was teaching it at those schools as to how successful it was and how enlightening and demanding the intense studies that these students were involved in. The other thing is, I was going to ask, what kind of, what do we give these programs to offset some of the cost that's involved in putting on teacher cadet classes? Because, I mean, we had outside people coming in. We took these students to other locations to experience what it was like. And I think if we can enlighten these students to show the positive as well as the truth of what it takes to be a great teacher and what they think a great teacher should be, because they're in school every day with those that teach all those different subject titles and what they find best traits are. So how do we subsidize, or how do we implement, or how do we give those teachers teaching teacher cadet the resources and funding they need to be successful?
Typically, with the Teacher Cadet 1 program, there's not as many. That's a more generalized program. A lot of those kids, that's the class that determines whether they want to pursue the next level, which is the practicum kind of class that we do. That practicum class, we had that in place now, I think 3 years. Ms. Turner at Malden was the first to do that. And I've been helping her out, and now 3 others that have that practicum course. We help them out with costs if they have them. For example, like you said, bringing in speakers. They utilize a lot of district resources. Dr. Reister goes and has lunch with them once a year, and myself. And then there's normal years, not COVID year, but a normal year, if they needed to go off in needing funds for like a field trip and the school didn't have that in their budget, then we would cover that. So on those practicum class, we just ask that they request if they need some additional funding to continue those opportunities.
All right, because I think it's really important. I totally agree with Ms. Wells, the importance of those, that laying the foundation for these young people to build on in order to find their future means.
Great.
So thank you. Also, when we talk about these children on computers all the time and virtual and so forth, for so many years, I kept saying our students are on computers all the time and they're losing those communication skills. And now we have forced them to be on computers all the time. And I talk to a lot of parents, and I know that this is the new means of the way this world is moving. And I'm a little concerned I'm hearing students' eyes are hurting, they're getting headaches from being on the computer so long. They're missing that communication skills. They're missing that time with real people and teachers and so forth. And I look at the malls now, everything, you can't try on clothes, you have to buy them. And then you take them home and you end up keeping them because you don't want to take them back because of the hassle. So everybody's learning how to make more money in an interesting way. And we're doing away with more salespeople. The world is changing because of COVID. I'm a little concerned, but I do hear a lot of parents that still want their children in school, and they want FaceTime, face-to-face with teachers. And I know teachers are great role models and can make a difference in students' lives. So I hear what everybody's saying about virtual. I know people are getting comfortable not worrying about dress, makeup, etc., because they don't have to go anywhere. But I know I'm just not sure this will be the total direction of the way our world will go. It will go mostly, but not totally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. Mr. Meek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First question I have is for Lynn. You said in there, and I may have been half asleep a while ago when you mentioned some schools' names, but I'm interested in the 3 schools locations without teacher racial diversity. Did you mention that?
I did. Tigerville, Mountain View, and the Fine Arts Center.
Okay, and why?
We have just not been successful in, well, first of all, those schools don't have a lot of turnover, and then been successful at getting applicants, the quality applicants we need to fill the vacancies. And we'll continue to work on that. There is also the willingness of someone to go into a school when they are going to be different than the other population of teachers in a school. So sometimes people are reluctant to go into a school where they might be the single minority candidate.
Okay, how many years has that?
I would have to go, we've been looking at this for the last 4 or 5 years, and those 3 schools have not changed.
Okay. Secondly, Dr. Royster, you answered to Mr. Saylors earlier about the weekly payroll, I believe. What was your answer again?
Yes, sir. We have a solution in place that we believe we could implement July 1. But as with anything, there's sometimes a reaction that occurs when you correct one situation, you can create another one. We need to work on what happens over Christmas break. If we simply put a solution in place that pays them earlier, we can create a 2-week gap in pay in the middle of the year. So that's the solution that we're working on now. What's a viable solution to avoid that 2-week gap?
So is your thinking then that you would change everyone over to a weekly payroll?
It might or might not involve a weekly payroll, but whether it's a weekly or every 2 week as we're doing, well, twice a month as we're doing now, which it really obviously every 2 weeks, you still end up with this 2-week gap in the very middle of the school year. And that's what we're trying to work our way through.
Okay. Because when Ms. Gibbs mentioned earlier reasons for termination of hourly employees, or I didn't hear her mention weekly getting their checks every week as a problem. And
well, that's part of what we've been looking at with addressing this issue.
I do think we cover that at our career job fairs, the first timing of a check. So could that have a detrimental impact on people coming to work for us?
But isn't there companies out there that will advance payroll? to let us pay them back? I've heard of,
There are people that pay like on a pay card. So you generate your payroll and the employee has like a debit card and the money goes onto that card versus a direct deposit. The payroll reports to Robin, so I'm looking at her.
okay.
We are looking at different types of opportunities like what you're describing. And there are companies out there that will provide that debit card as well as an ACH. So we're looking at all of that right now.
Okay, I mean, because I've heard from people who it takes a month to get paid. I can understand that, but a lot of people are already set on getting their payment every 2 weeks or whenever they get it. So I don't know that we would want to change everybody over. And it seems to me that you'd have to be doing a whole lot more work every week than every 2 weeks, wouldn't you, Ms. Stagg? No? Yes?
That is part of what we're looking at as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Meek, are there any other questions from board members? Mr. Sudduth?
We've got 2 Saturday virtual teacher recruiting events, so we are going to have virtual school next year.
This is just, we're holding recruiting events virtually. So we have contracted with a company where we used to have Shining Stars over at the TD Center. We're letting those people talk to our school employees virtually. It really isn't recruiting for virtual schools, it's recruiting for all our schools. The event will just be virtual.
What does it take to be certified as a virtual teacher?
It's not a special certification for virtual. There is, I think, there are some things out there now that you can do that, but right now, if you were teaching kindergarten, you had to have early childhood. If you were teaching 5th grade, you had to have elementary.
What about high school?
You had to be certified in the subject area you're teaching virtually.
The primary way you're teaching virtual is through a Chromebook?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have to be certified in a Chromebook?
Now we offer courses for teachers. It's all part of the Google suite. So Google Meets is what they use. Like we're using Zoom today. They use Google Meets to interface with students on video. So we do training on Google Classroom, Google Meets, all the Google suite so teachers are comfortable with that. There's an educator certification some of our teachers have chosen to get through Google, but that is not required to teach.
Is there going to be down the road a virtual qualification?
So there is the state has a virtual, I think they call it an endorsement or an add-on that you can take. I think it's 6 classes, or I'd have to look how many classes it is, but they can take several classes and get that added on to their certificate. Several of our virtual high school teachers from our virtual school that we've run for 10 years or so, many of those teachers have chosen to get that virtual certification. And our teachers in our current virtual program, the ones that are interested in staying in the virtual program have asked if that's something they could also pursue. So I don't see that being a requirement necessarily, but we do have a lot of teachers interested in it because it does hone their virtual teaching skills.
Does the state have a virtual agenda? Does they have a program that you've got to go through if you want to be a virtual teacher?
They don't have a program, but they're the ones that do offer those classes that you take to get that add-on certificate or that add-on endorsement.
How long does that last, class?
I believe it's really up to the teacher. There's no time limit on it as far as how long they have to complete it. You could complete it in a year if you chose to do that. Most of our teachers that I know have gotten it have kind of spread it out over 2 years, so they're not having to take a course every month, so to speak. But there's no timeline as far as when they have to actually finish it.
Okay, so when we say it's a virtual teacher recruiting event, we're saying it's what?
It's recruiting for all teachers, but people who are interested will come into the event virtually. It won't be a person-to-person event. We are contracting with a company, and each school has a site within the virtual event. So if I'm a candidate, I can go to Hillcrest High site, Wade Hampton site, JL Mann, and talk to people from those schools and interview with them about jobs at their school for next year.
Who's going to head the virtual teaching recruiting event?
Margaret Spivey, who is our Director of Professional Employment, she and her staff are responsible for that event.
That's just a one-day event?
Yes, sir.
How long does it last?
I believe it's set up from 8 to 1 for that day. Mhm. And there is information on the website about signing up for that event for secondary. When we get done with it, we'll put it out there for the elementary level.
Okay. Mr. Webb, I was looking at the hourly recruitment, and I saw in here the word churches. And then on the next page, I saw Marietta First Baptist Church. We're not going to be sued, are we?
I can never promise we won't be sued, but I will tell you that we are certainly within the law and have a number of relationships and partnerships with churches, support from churches and other groups, civic entities. And so it takes a lot of efforts to different avenues, and churches is just one of those opportunities that we explore.
Yeah, well, I didn't think having a graduation at a college was going to be a no also. And it took us, I think, 3 years to finally succumb to them.
Well, Mr. Souther, we are certainly remaining neutral and as it pertains to the First Amendment and hiring practices, but we certainly can utilize churches and congregations and their support and reaching out for prospective applicants.
I just don't want someone saying, to be a teacher, you got to be a Christian.
Well, no, sir.
When
Wouldn't
they
say
put
that.
kids in here to churches, I can go to a library, a community center, but no, I can't go to a church.
No, sir. There are other opportunities that can go
Okay,
to
I just
different
want to make sure
locations.
we're not going to get sued for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. Without objection, we'll extend for an additional 10 minutes. Are there any other questions from board members here in the room? Are there any other questions from board members online? Ms. Bush or Ms. Doolin, do you have any other questions?
I do, if I can have a turn.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Doolin.
I wondered if the district has studied what the impact would be for increasing the hourly pay in order to retain employees, and how much would that hourly pay need to be increased? And is it possible to do that without raising taxes?
We have looked at that repeatedly over the years. We've made adjustments to classified employment pay numerous times. Probably most recently might have been 2 years ago. There is almost no circumstance in which we can raise pay for an employee work group and it not be done without some tax increase to be required. We're staffed at the level we need to be staffed to carry out the work that we have to carry out. Generally speaking, all that staffing is done on allocations related to the work to be done. I think most of you already know, from a management leadership standpoint, we have one of the lowest cost rates in the state of South Carolina and among some of the lowest probably nationwide. So when over 90%, and I think we're now at 92% of our budget being employee pay and benefits, the only place to go to get more money is to go to the place where you're actually looking to add more money. Again, we've made considerable progress. We have one of the highest levels of pay, for example, for bus drivers of any school district in this state, starting in top end pay. There's some others that are where we are, and there might be one maybe two. I think there might be one that's higher than we are. But again, the problem with that is I think Ms. Gibbs mentioned at some point in responding to another question is we're not competing with other school districts for school bus drivers. We're competing with local business and industry. And when you look at our jobs, obviously teaching jobs, we're competing in a market for other teachers. And we're very competitive in that market. We were the first district in the state to be over $40,000 for entry pay. And we sometimes hire experienced teachers that come to us and they get a $6,000, $7,000 annual pay raise because we have that many more steps and the top end of our teacher scale is that much above everybody else's. For principals and other leadership positions, we compete in a marketplace where we're trying to attract principals from other places sometimes, for example, as experienced principals. So that's the market for those salaries. District leadership, the market for those salaries would be other districts of similar size with similar responsibilities. But the one that hits closest to the local market, quite honestly, are almost every one of our classified jobs. When we're hiring for food and nutrition services, when we're hiring for transportation, when we're hiring for maintenance and building services, you're probably talking about those three work groups being 2,500 to 3,000 employees. And the market for that is the Greenville market. The one that I think we all see and know is everywhere you go, there's a help wanted sign. And industry and business that pays wages above ours. And quite honestly, now, at one time, the selling point for jobs with the school district or a governmental entity were benefits. Well, now the benefits in the private sector are equal to or greater than the benefits that we offer. So that is the area where we have the greatest deficit in being able to compete with the marketplace. So it is a constant challenge, and we have, as I said, considerably increased those hourly wages over several years, as we have done with teacher wages. And I expect that you're going to see something about that, particularly in our area of greatest need with bus drivers for the coming fiscal year budget.
Okay, well, the only other question I have was actually building on something that Ms. Wells said about job sharing. And is the district open to allowing two employees to split a job, even if it's not one work in the morning, one work in the afternoon, but maybe both just take on 20 hours of work?
Yes.
Because wouldn't that also save in benefits because they would then be part-time employees and not eligible for benefits?
Depends on what the job is. Teachers are eligible for benefits regardless of the number of hours that they work. Now, that's the exception. There's a sliding schedule for what they have to pay related to that. Every other employee, the cutoff is, as you indicated, would be 30 hours.
Right. So just for an example, if it's a speech therapy position that would normally be 40 hours, but there's not a speech therapist available, but there are two, well, there's not one available to work full time, but if there were two that wanted part-time work, could they split that job?
Yes. We have many instances of that, in particular in speech therapy, where we have people not working a full 1.0 FTE.
Okay. Well, that was my question then. Okay, thanks.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doolin. I see no other questions. I have a few questions. One is just a clarification because the numbers weren't on the slides. Can we repeat those numbers? In South Carolina, our colleges and universities have produced how many graduates?
So this was from a 2019 database that South Carolina produced 2,104 people graduating from education programs. There was another number that Jason McCreary's office had for 17-18. Total was 2,596.
And on an annual basis, Greenville County Schools averages?
I would say typical for teachers in a normal would be 650.
So we're hiring a third of the graduates
Correct.
that the entire state produces for a tenth of the state's population. Okay. One of the questions I had, I know now we are at the point where we're asking teachers whether you want to come back to the classroom for next year, whether you want to stay virtual. We're asking parents that. We're hiring new teachers. Have we have we been able to kind of keep our commitment that we made earlier to teachers that if you went into the virtual program and you want to come back to the school, that you're going to get consideration to be able to move back to your classroom before that room gets filled with a new hire?
Yes, we're in the process of doing that now.
Okay.
So I don't know if we've hit any bump in the road where there's not a vacancy. Because obviously each year we redo the baselines, and depending on the the school's population, they could add teachers to their baseline, or it's possible it could shrink. So we're in the midst of all of that work right now. It should be completed by the end of the month. And I believe baselines are scheduled to go out at the end of
We will
February.
look at
1st of
that, but
March.
remember, teachers they have until the end of April to sign contracts. So you really can't finalize all that till you know who's definitely coming back.
And conversely to that, we already have some teachers who have indicated they wish to remain virtual.
Right.
Not a sufficient number at this point based on I think the early count right now is about 2,300 students across all grade levels to be virtual.
But I know we talked about this over the summer, but if a teacher went virtual and they vacated their classroom and that classroom has not been filled with a new employee, and that teacher has gone back to the principal and said, "Hey, I want to go back to my third grade classroom," are they ahead of a new hire?
Yes.
Is the principal
Yes,
able
in
to hire
other words,
somebody?
the principal wouldn't be hiring anybody if somebody wants to come back.
Okay. The other question I have is just one, I'd love some more information on the alternative certification programs, and we don't have to do it today, but if you guys would just consider maybe a presentation in the future, because I know there are multiple alternative certification programs, and I would just like to know so I can better remember the differences between those programs and which ones we're seeing more success at retaining, not just recruiting, but retaining staff.
We'll ask Ms. Spivey and Ms. Cap to put something together for either next month or the following month, because it's pretty, it gets to be a little complicated and they overlap, and there's some similarities and there's some differences. So we'll go ahead and put something together there that might be March Cal or April Cal.
Thanks. One of the other questions I had on one of the slides, we talked about 1,100 substitute teachers and teachers after school staff and substitutes claimed unemployment this year.
Correct. So
help me understand, how would a sub claim unemployment in a time when we don't have enough subs?
this was last year when we shut down schools.
Okay.
So those people were eligible because we weren't running subs and we weren't running after school programs.
So over the spring of 2020, they
Correct.
claimed unemployment.
Yes.
Okay. I just have one more question. So without objection, we'll extend for 3 minutes. The last question I just have is so yesterday I was speaking with a student who is a teacher cadet at Malden, whose father works at Dorman High School. And one thing she pointed out is that as she talks to her dad, if she taught at Dorman, the school district would pay for her to go get her graduate degree, which was a program that we used to do until funds were limited. Just thinking about, that student now has a choice. Do I want to teach in Greenville County schools, or do I want to get a master's degree covered and teach in Spartanburg? Have we considered revisiting that program and offering subsidized graduate programs for current staff?
We look at those things during budget time, and then, what comes down to is the limited resources. The other thing we've discussed is that
But I noticed, I have a lot of friends that back in the day had guest speakers in those classes that were very effective and their decision making for their students. Like when teachers branch out. Think outside the box. What'd you say, Scott?
The reason they started paying for degrees is because people were getting paid.
Yeah.
Like you're paying more, so you're gonna pay more to cover their master's degree. I guess.
Not so many.
Some districts over there can, where they pay more.
So they do this.
So they have to have the same salary.
And we are.
Yeah.
There's steps.
You're exactly right.
You see that article in the paper about Black man? He is forcing himself Democratic. We get
I should have done that.
What?
He's gonna be our version of Bernie Sanders. He's not gonna participate in the Democratic caucus if you want to call it education policy.
Wow. Let's do it.
So it appears we have all of our technology back in order, so we will resume this meeting. I think we were with Dr. Royster. Is that?
Yes, sir. And I'll briefly repeat a segment of what I said. I'm not sure when we lost the audio, but I believe that you, Mr. Lewis, Ms. Wells, Ms. Morrison Fair, Ms. Goodwin Cowell had by brief description asked for an update with our work with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Last summer, we secured the support of Furman's Riley Institute, and we sought their advice and direction on best practices to tackle diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout Greenville County schools. A DEI stakeholder team was recommended to conduct an initial and fully transparent review of all GCS systems and procedures. The Riley Institute recommended both an outside facilitator with experience working in diversity and inclusion and internal leadership that can provide support and stability, not only in this process, but through the coming years. In December, Herb Johnson, who many of you know, he's the retired Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer from Michelin North America, and he's also the founder of Herb Johnson Consulting, LLC, agreed to lead the GCS Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Stakeholder Team, not only the initial in-depth review of the district, but he also agreed to train Whitney Hanna, the coordinator of community collaboration and partnerships, and a Diversity Institute graduate, and Dr. George Ward, employee relations representative, to equip them to take over the facilitation of a standing DEI advisory committee to the administration once the initial work of the stakeholder team is complete. The challenges of the past school year, combined with a belief in the importance of building trust and rapport among committee members, have led to a delay in fully launching this program. We believe that for a DEI initiative to be effective, it must be exhaustive and require significant time and energy, not only from the stakeholders group, but from the district leadership. We also believe that meeting in person is particularly important when dealing with deeply sensitive topics and embedded community norms. Lastly, we're hopeful that the GCS Stakeholder Commission, the Racial Equity and Economic Mobility Commission work may benefit the work of this group. I'm privileged to serve as a commissioner on that commission effort. We began our work this past fall, and with reporting out on action plans that will occur early this summer. That's the REAM Commission. The Education Subcommittee of the REAM Commission recommendations and strategies are also expected to help shape and inform the work of the GCS DEI team. As a result, in the coming weeks, GCS will be focused on finalizing commitments to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group from an array of internal and external stakeholders, and will compile current DEI data that can be used for future comparisons to measure the success of this team's work. With Mr. Johnson's assistance, we'll also be working on drafting initial plan and pacing guide to help focus the committee's work. Though additional input on topics will be sought from committee members, our initial plan includes the following topics: student achievement, HR, hiring, retention, and advancement, procurement vendor selection, school assignment, bias and culture trainings, student discipline, On Track Greenville. Now, those are not noted in any particular order. The initial work of the stakeholder group is expected to take up to 18 months. This would suggest a completion around the end of 22, which will dovetail nicely with the development of the new five-year GCS strategic plan. Current plan expires June 30th of 23, and that is the planning framework time for the new five-year plan. While the work is still in its infancy, we anticipate that the board will be provided periodic updates. Additionally, we believe that issues may likely be identified that will require board attention and possible action during the process, not upon the completion of the process, although there may be action needed at the completion. Once the committee has taken a holistic look system-wide and made recommendations for changes and enhancements, the DEI team will transition from an active dissect, review, and respond team into a standing advisory role. That concludes my brief update, and you have that in writing for your future reference, and certainly be glad to answer any questions that I might be able to do so at this time.
Dr. Royster, this recommended discussion, which does not include a motion, came from Ms. Wells, Ms. Morrison-Fair, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, and myself. So we'll start with questions from them and then move to the rest of the board. Ms. Wells.
Thank you. I am appreciative of the administration responding and giving us an update in addition to this action as it was originally put forth last year. It's unfortunate that COVID has sidelined so many of our strategic initiatives and really important work. Certainly, I think as a board, it's really important for us to stay focused on that high level of the policies and the systems and what we're doing. So I'm also appreciative that Mr. Lewis, Ms. Morrison-Fair, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell we were all in agreement. This was something we wanted to bring into the boardroom and get an update and have a conversation on. So this is, I understand why we were slowed down with COVID. This was great information for you to provide us. Can you tell us how the committee member, how was the decision made to structure the committee, and how are those members identified in this process?
The structure was based on conversations that we had with the Riley Institute. with Don Gordon. And I was also fortunate to have about a 2-hour conversation with Juan Johnson. And those of you that have completed that Diversity Institute through the Riley Institute are very familiar with Juan. He works all over the United States and advises large corporations, including in the past Coca-Cola, some others. So the structure was based on suggestion and recommendation input from them. We got an initial list of individuals to consider from the Riley Institute based on individuals largely who had gone through their institute. We provided those names and, for lack of a better term, sort of positions, i.e. they're a parent, they're some community leader in some respect. We provided those to Herb Johnson. He's looking through those right now. We've had a meeting with him where we discussed making sure we had all the perspectives that he felt were important to have there. So he's working on adding some people to that list. We know when we roll out the official invitation that we may have some folks that don't have the time to commit to this process, because he believes that to be thorough, that it will involve a significant time commitment, perhaps a day every 4 to 6 weeks. So right now, the final invitation list rests with him to come back to us, and we will issue those invitations.
So can you give us some insight into what those groups look like? Do we have student representation? Do we have teacher representation?
There's some teacher representation on there. There is principal representation on there. In discussions with Mr. Johnson, we are still talking about how students might be involved. Some of the initial work, we had some concerns about involving current students in that as part of the team, but bringing them in as focus groups. So those are the kind of structural conversations that are taking place. Looking to have a broad representation by gender, by ethnicity, by different areas of the community, parents from PTA or SIC or booster clubs, those kind of things, so that there's people in general from the community, there are parents, there are teachers, and there are administrators from the school level representing different types of communities and different levels of schools. So we're looking right now between 30 and 40, and we're still having some discussion as to what would be a good working number. We want it to be big enough to have broad representation, yet small enough that it's a viable working group.
Right. So what I would, since we don't know who it is that you've identified, I would say that I would be hopeful that in selecting those stakeholders, because I think those are all the right groups of people, the ones you mentioned, that we select folks that aren't the people we select all the time, kind of thing. You know, like we tend to have people that are very active volunteers for us and very active in working with GCS and communicating with us. And I think, you know, sometimes it's the same thing at a school level with a PTA, right? The people that are always there, the people that you always volunteer to do something or step up to say I'll volunteer because they're always there. And for me, it's really important. When I went through the DLI at Furman, the intention with which they went out and sought out people that they had not heard from to represent those areas.
It is a similar intentional effort because, as you probably aware, Herb Johnson, very familiar and was very actively involved in diversity, not just the Riley Institute, but obviously in his work at Michelin.
Right.
And that's one of the discussions we've had with him.
Okay. So I guess you mentioned that you're going to be looking at the Ream Commission for some of what they've done. So for that group, they're focused specifically on the Black community. Are we at this point, are we saying that we're going to look at diversity specifically through a racial lens for this effort?
No. Through whatever lens would be the diversity of our community.
Okay, so we are looking to be very inclusive. And then do we, in the case of the DLI program and that approach, there's this, they set the vision and the kind of the goal of what that program should provide and what the end goal is. Do we have that? I know how we responded to the community, and I was appreciative of this effort.
Right.
But I'm trying to understand, does the administration, does GCS already have a vision for what it is we're trying to achieve? And then what is the board's role in that? Because to me, the board's role is crucial. I think there have to be policies and overarching governance that we need to be providing in leadership. So what can you help us with understand that?
Now, when you look at the bullet pointed items, I think you can see the areas that we would focus on. Now we're working with her. What would the charge to that committee specifically look like? Now realizing they may identify some areas other than these areas. These areas you will see are not only ones that I think would immediately come to mind, they're areas that are in your current strategic plan. There will be things identified, I would imagine, in each of those areas. Now, one is highly regulated by state procurement, but it's an area that we need to discuss and see if there's ways to, which is procurement and vendor selection. There are ways to encourage additional participation. But all the others probably have, without exception, some sort of policy implication. So as this work progresses, we may hit something that says, well, we've identified this real issue, this real problem. It doesn't need to wait till it's part of a bigger package. We need to recommend to the board that they look at this. So I think there would be those points all along that the board would need to look at and say, well, we need to revise our policy in this area. I think there also, at the end of this, there's a package that needs to be rolled into the strategic planning process, which should occur spring, fall of 22. So we're real close. I mean, it doesn't sound like it, but we're real close to spring, fall of 22. And how might that inform the structure of the strategic planning process for the next 5-year strategic plan, which includes board members in that process? And does that need to look different because of the impetus of this work right here? So I think you're in results that come out of this recommendation to and through the administration, there likely will be some that will come directly to the board related to looking at how governance may be structured or how policy may be framed to facilitate the work that comes out of here.
Okay. So there are a couple things in here that you mentioned that, so that the administration has kind of gone with this approach that we will have a couple of people trained in the district to lead a standing advisory committee as opposed to a recommendation to hire a specific job title or a specific person. So should we have a board policy on what that looks like? Like for CSHAC, we have a policy that is partly governed by what the state regulations require that we have there, but we have a policy that talks about that committee. We made some adjustments to that policy to kind of work with the establishment of that committee. So, you know, I think it's important to get all the stakeholders involved. I'm a little surprised that there isn't a place for the board to spend some time and give some attention to it before 2022, the end of 2022. So either in our policy review or in establishing, you being part of the establishing the vision and the priorities. So, you know, maybe that's something that in your, as you're finishing your, as you're getting this committee together and you guys have conversations about what your next steps are and you lay out your schedule, which I'm sure you'll share your schedule with us. I'd just like to have a little more clarity around the board's involvement and the board's role. I know that at one point, there were 5 of us on the board that have been through Furman's DLI program. And so I think it's something where the board brings some value and some perspective that I want to be part of the process. I want, not me personally, I want the board collectively, I want that to be part of that some way. So if it's checkpoints, if it's kind of like the strategic plan, you know, we had some kind of intentional engagements with different groups. So I guess we're at the beginning, so it's hard to know exactly what it's going to look like, but that is important to me, because it's important to me that this board take visible action to show the community that diversity does matter and that we do care about it. So that's just kind of a little more maybe request as you move forward. So,
and I think that's certainly important as well. And, you know, as far as policy, this is established under the policy that directs and allows the administration to formulate advisory committees necessary to help inform our work. I think part of what lies in front of us is when this group comes together, what do they see as the issues? And at what point do we need to appropriately involve the board for something that they're asking that the board needs to do, or simply for the board to be better informed of the process of the committee? And I think this is so important, and this work is systemic, and it governs or covers the entire system, that it is appropriate for the board as a whole to have a point or points of involvement and engagement, which is why we did not recommend to you that you provide some number of members to sit on these committees. We believe that this is important work, that it needs the input and the attention and the focus from the entire board. And obviously there are board members who've been through Diversity Institute as I have been, and certainly lend a different level of voice, having been through that process, because I think some parts of this will be very similar to that process. But I think we need to know more about what this looks like, what the work going forward looks like, before we can say to you, well, we would need you to schedule some time in April or May or June or in August or whenever to receive some sort of opportunity for input or review or whatever. I think we're just a little too early in the process for that.
okay, well, I think certainly I feel like this was in the conversation we had about putting this on the agenda. I like that this is the starting point of the dialogue that both the administration is going to have with the stakeholder group, but that the board can have, because I don't think it can happen in a vacuum. I think the board has to be intentionally included, to your point, as a whole, as a body in the process. And so that's important to me, because we do represent our communities, which are diverse across the county. And I think, I want to be sure we're able to lend that support to that group and the voice from our community. So thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
What year was that you won that award? It was like a national award. And the next one that they featured on the video had won it for being a chief diversity officer. Was that?
Leaders to learn from, is that what you're talking about? Let's go with Caldwell. Sounds like it.
I think I brought it up at that time about a chief diversity officer for Greenville County schools. And I referenced, can you hear me now? Okay. And I referenced that when we were under the No Child Left Behind, and we had the closing the achievement gap department, that was done away with. Have we thought about creating another department like that? Because I know that they held the schools accountable for diversity and inclusion, with leaving no child behind, with closing the achievement gap. Have we, is that going to be a part of this?
I think that would be most appropriately a discussion for this group to have, to see what recommendation they might have regarding that.
Okay, now, and I had a question down here. Is the board gonna have representation on this committee, or are you saying that y'all would just bring us back information?
It could come back as information. It could come back as a recommendation for action. It could be in the form of a briefing. I think though it's important for it to be the board as a whole that it comes to, and not to have individual board members seeing as part of the committee.
Okay, and you said that Whitney has been trained for what again?
She is a graduate of the Diversity Institute, as I am, as Ms. Wells is, Mr. Sailors, Mr. Lewis. Who am I leaving out? Am I leaving somebody out?
Joy, she's on the one. Joy and Crystal, but they're not.
Okay, so the
also by virtue of their two positions, Whitney works with agencies and entities throughout the community, and Dr. Ward works directly with employee relations.
okay. Right now, that's okay.
Thanks, Ms. Goodwin. Call on Ms. Morrison Fair.
I have two questions. Since this is in the infancy stage, I don't have the benefit of knowing what the final product will look like, but I would like to request that when they finalize whatever component they will finalize, that they include some kind of mandatory professional continuous development for teachers and all staff members, that it would say that Greenville County Schools is behind diversity, and so that people will consistently be educated and re-educated on what diversity looks like, and it's not just race. So I would like to make sure that that's included. Also, in part, as part of our hiring component, that be a requirement that all individuals who are on the list to be considered to be hired for Greenville County also be part of this continuing education component.
Could you elaborate on that last one a little bit, Ms. Morrison Fair, so I better understand it? Your last point, would you elaborate on that a little bit?
Elaborate? Okay. For people who are considering being hired as part of Greenville County School District, that they have a part in this component, will have a part where they will have to take part, so that they will understand the effects of diversity within Greenville County.
Let me say about the way I'm understanding that, make sure I'm.
Dr. Rush, just really quickly, if we may, objection extend for an additional 30 minutes.
Oh, I mean, after we've offered employment to someone as a part of their orientation, they would receive that training. Okay, thank you. I understand now what you're saying.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison Fair. Mr. Sennett.
Dr. Royster, I want you to help me to understand what we're talking about. We've got diversity, equity, inclusion. We've got topics from student achievement on down to On Track Greenville.
Yes, sir.
Is there, I want to understand, when we say student achievement, is there a diversity problem with student achievement?
Yes, sir.
What is that problem?
Well, we have achievement gaps. Now we've had great success in closing the gap among gap populations for graduation rate. In fact, when you look at it, the student subgroups, representing impoverished students, Hispanic students, African American students, they exceed the population as a whole in the improvement of their graduation rate. But we have other areas where that is not true. For example, performance in and enrollment in AP and dual credit college courses. We have gaps there. So there are areas where we see that there is not the equitable, perhaps, inclusion, and with the equitable inclusion, perhaps not the equitable level of performance for certain subgroups in certain areas in certain parts of our curriculum. And that's not a real specific statement. That's a very general statement, because it's awfully difficult to sit here and say it's this group in this grade at this school. We need to look at this systemically and system-wide and systemically. Are we providing opportunities in a manner in which people are able to take advantage of them so that they can ensure that they have had the best education possible? And that means being informed of what those opportunities are, helping them to be prepared to take advantage of those opportunities, and then doing the best they can do once they take advantage of the opportunity. And I think that, as best I can describe to you, summarizes what this effort is about.
That really doesn't tell me anything.
Well, I'd like to be able to tell you that, Mr. Sutton,
I'm trying to understand when we say that we have got student achievement, but we've got problems with student achievement.
Yes or no? I think
is that a problem of diversity? Is it a problem of equity? Is it a problem of inclusion?
It could be a problem.
If it is, I need examples.
Right.
To help me understand exactly if there's a problem. I want to know what the problem is with student achievement and diversity, equity, and inclusion.
And
the same thing holds true with all of these.
Yes, sir. And I believe that in your question, you have hit on the key reason to have this group. Is there a problem? What is that problem? And what do they recommend that we look at as a solution to that problem? Perhaps there is no problem. I think in graduation rate, as long as we continue what we're doing, probably not a problem. Third grade math, there is a problem. But it's really this group working with the district to help identify, are there in fact problem areas? People believe there are. We know where some of them are. But are there problem areas? What exactly do those problem areas look like? And what would they believe might help to fix that? Or what does the district believe might help to fix that? And what of that requires you to act? Several years ago, we know that we had a very underrepresentation of minority and low socioeconomic status students in AP courses. We got $1 million grant to increase the number of students and to increase the diversity of students in AP courses. And we made measurable progress in that area. But we still have a ways to go with that. So what are those areas? What do they look like? And what does the potential solution to the identified problem look like? So I can't sit here and reel off for you 25 examples other than to say, as we present test data to you, you can see inside that test data where we have groups of students by ethnicity and by poverty that do not do as well or perform as well as other students or students as a whole.
Poverty comes under what? Diversity or equity?
It can come under both.
Right, so
and it also can come under inclusion. If we're not offering those more challenging course opportunities in a school that serves impoverished neighborhood, then that becomes an equity issue.
I would like to see with each one of these topics that an explanation as to what the problem is with diversity or equity and inclusion, and what board policies we have that affect those or deal with those. And if we got board policies that we need to change, we need to change. All I'm trying to do is understand exactly what we're talking about when we talk about these topics and diversity, equity, inclusion.
Yes, sir.
If you
And
can help me with that, help me to understand. I need explanations. I don't need to pick out one area and say, well, we're doing well in this, we're doing bad in that. I'm looking for an overall. If we've got a problem, then I'd like to know specifically what that problem is. If we have board policies that deal with that problem, or if we have board policy we need to put into effect to help deal with that problem.
And in your question, Mr. Suddeth, you have captured the exact reason for this committee. It is for them to work with us to identify those areas. If they are administrative in nature, then we would work to remedy those administratively. If they identify board policies that are either helping to cause some of these issues, or more likely are not facilitating fixing these issues, then the recommendation would be that you look at your policies and address them in a manner that does do that. So really your question is, the answer to your question is the actual work of this group. That's the answer to your question.
What is the group?
We'll send you a list of who all is included in it when we finalize that, but it is a diverse cross-section of the entire county.
Is it the racial equity and economic mobility?
No, it would.
I'm trying to understand.
It would in part address that. That racial equity and economic mobility is a commission that's operating at the county level that is jointly chaired by David Lomanak and Judge Merle Code, of which education is a portion of their work. And I'm sure some of their work will help to inform and provide topics that we need to look at internally.
So when it says the education subcommittees, recommendations and strategies are expected to help shape and inform the work of the Greenville County School DEI team.
Yes, sir. We would imagine that the education subcommittee work from the REAM Commission would be things this group needs to look at as well.
All right, so when we have that, then we'll have these topics here and we'll have an explanation as to what's good with these topics, what's bad with these topics, what we need to do to improve these topics, what we need to do as well as board policies go with these topics. I'm just trying, if we've got problems from all these things, from all these different diversities and equities and inclusion, then we need to know exactly what they are so that we can attack and deal with it.
Yes, sir. And you have completely, you've very succinctly grasped the intent of this work. That's what they're supposed to do. And at some point would produce a product that has those items that you mentioned enumerated.
If we've got the problem that we always select the same people, if we got a problem with Black people, if we're talking about this is for our strategic plan, or this is what training we need to include, or a teacher diversity officer, if that needs to be explained to the board. So we do have a teacher diversity officer.
No, sir, we don't have a position like that at this point. No, sir.
Okay. If you could help me understand in the future, Dr. Moister, of exactly when we talk about these particular topics, to kind of explain the topic as to this is what's good with it, this is what's bad with it, this is where we made improvements, where we need to make improvements. And we have policies on that. How much of that's going to be involved in policies and how much of that is going to be involved in our strategic plan. Are we trying to help our strategic plan in 2022, or are we trying to do the things that are listed here that has been pointed out by this committee?
Both. Yes, sir, both.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. Ms. Mosley.
Dr. Oyster, so in the context of diversity, equity, and inclusion, will this will this evaluation task, whatever, include conversations, evaluations, analysis of our student or our disability population, of our practices within special education?
Yes.
As far as particularly equity and inclusion.
Yes, as relates both to our student population and also to our employee population as well.
Okay. Maybe I'm a little unclear. Are we going to have, and I'm sorry, I had to check out for a few minutes to handle an issue. As part of this team of people, are there going, I mean, I understand a chief diversity officer. I understand what that is from my corporate background. Doesn't have a lot of experience with special education type things. So, I mean, who's going to wear that hat within this group?
We're looking for representatives and working with Mr. Johnson to identify people in the community that would represent the community at large related to disabilities. Chief Diversity Officer, obviously a question and a title that several of you have asked about. That's not, this committee doesn't yet have a recommendation about that because, well, remember, they haven't formed and discussed things and looked at things. I don't know if that'll be a recommendation they make or won't make. I guess time will tell about that. But I think it does go to the point that diversity and equity and inclusion are things other than what each one of us individually might imagine them to be. It really is considering and talking about every aspect of our population that's represented across the county. And that's somewhat of a vague answer, but it's a vague issue. I mean, are we meeting the needs to the best of our ability to do so of every population within our system?
Okay, I will reserve my questions for future information.
And I think to that point, when we know more about this, when the committees form, when they've had their charge and they begin to meet, I think there's more that there's certainly be more to say at that point. Then there is some sort of general direction they're moving in.
Yeah, it's a little too broad for me right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Ms. Stiles.
I would just like to share as a former principal that in our schools, we spend a great deal of time looking at the gaps. We look at all the different subgroups that we have in our school and their performance, and we do a lot of comparison there. And we also include that in our school strategic plan. So that is embedded in our work every year. There's a lot of time spent on that. So also at the district level with our assistant superintendents, there was always a lot of time spent about, who is doing well on closing the achievement gap. Who is doing well? And there's closing the achievement gap schools that were named for years by the State Department. I assume they still do that. I'm not sure. But there are schools that are noted for closing the achievement gap among those subgroups. Whatever subgroups they may be, that varies from school to school. And I would just like to petition Dr. Royster as that group is formed. I believe that the people who have proven success in that area, whether they be teachers or administrators, I feel like those people are key to being included on this committee or this team those who have had a great deal of success in doing that, I think that is critically important. And so I just would like to challenge that to take place, and also to say to the group that our schools do spend a great deal of time on that, and we do care. And we do make goals at the school level annually that deal with some of those subgroups. And we talk to our teachers about those. And when we have meetings with them and look at their data, we have rich conversations about what's happening, and also sharing within our school. Like if a teacher on a grade level does very well on closing the achievement gap for a certain subgroup, then we give that teacher some leadership and let them share with the group some of the strategies they use. And I think that same kind of approach needs to carry over at the district level so that we can be as successful as possible. Because it is very important that we close these gaps, and we're continually working towards that. We may never arrive, just like at any level of achievement. We may never be satisfied, but it should be our goal to continually improve that.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. And I think to your point, as we work with that group and we talked about bringing in these focus groups of people, that would be the point we'd bring in. All right, here's some 5 schools, programs, whatever is doing this really well. I think one thing that we will find out in this process is the people that participate in this, because a lot of them really have had minimal contact with the district. I think they will come in and they'll believe one thing. They'll see it's not quite the way they might perceive it to be. I think we'll also find out some things that we believe are not quite the way we perceive them to be. And out of that process, I think we'll grow something we will be able to use to strengthen what we're doing, much the same as we've used that process several years now, where we compare you to like schools, and within a school, a principal compares how things are moving, perhaps between grade levels or subject areas. And we should never reach a point where we're satisfied. We'll want to reach a point where we can say, well, we've accomplished this and we're doing much better with it, and we can show this progress, but that we're never satisfied. So I think this will be a good process for not just for us. I think it'll be a good process for the community as well.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. Any further questions from board members in the room? If not, are there any questions from the board members who are online? Ms. Doolin, do you have any questions? Ms. Bush, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. I think the only final thought I would have is I appreciate the administration giving us an update on this. I know that this has been something that was very important to you over the last year, in addition to COVID. And this, I think this committee is going to do some significant work looking at our community, and then the ways our schools can address the needs to ensure that we're helping to support any sort of inclusive practices in the district. I guess the one observation I would just have to the board is, generally speaking, I think Dr. Royster is correct that the heavy lift of the work is so large that it's going to require everybody to have some role in that. And at least on the boards and committees that I serve on, it's generally led by the board, who says this is a priority for us, and this is how we will internalize within our policy the expectations that we are diverse and inclusive. And so I wonder if maybe perhaps during our retreat or some future conversation, the board could consider maybe a diversity and inclusion statement that could drive that work without us actually participating in the day-to-day kind of in the weeds work that the committee is going to do, which I think will be substantial. But thank you to Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, Ms. Morrison-Fair, and Ms. Wells for helping bring this item to the agenda. And if there's nothing further, then we will move on to item 2.05, an update on school choice. Dr. Royster.
Mr. Lewis, I believe that you and Ms. Wells brought this topic back, bringing back to mind an issue that arose back last year. We have a goal in the strategic plan that says we'll increase school choice program options across the district, as evidenced by an increase in the number of choice applications to under-enrolled schools and its planned revision. Well, I think we had an excellent strategic plan process. We've got a great strategic plan in an extremely lengthy document out of that. And it's a roadmap has been for us moving forward and continues to be, but with all things of that magnitude and scope and detail, you can find things that are less than exemplary. And I think we discovered one in here. The first and most immediate issue with that is we can increase the number of choice applications to under-enrolled schools. The problem is under-enrolled schools changes every year. So it's really not, as you all who were on the board prior to this year will recall, it's really not a good long-range goal to have because it's constantly back and forth. I think as a goal, we all have, the board and the administration, to increase the amount of choice. So we talked last spring, about having a workshop to go over what might need to be the goal for choice. And then, as has been with almost every other aspect of life, COVID interrupted that. So we're ready at this point to move forward with that. Now, we won't be doing it in the map room because we can't all fit in there. I think we're going to plan to do this out at MT Anderson because we can more spread out there because it needs to be an in-person thing, if at all possible for us to do it that way, and I think it is. And so what we're looking at is scheduling a workshop, and sometime this afternoon you will get some dates. I believe we've identified 5, 6, 7 maybe. The earliest one being in March, early part of March, mid-March. I don't remember now the date, but that internally multiple dates that we can schedule this because it's probably a half-day venture, maybe more. And we'll send that out and get consensus on when the most people can be available. And that agenda will likely include an overview of the history of the magnet programs, an overview of the history of general choice, overall choice data for our choice programs, school focus areas at schools, opportunities and challenges with school choice programs, our choice survey results, a census of available seats and growth projections, virtual program as a new choice, potential impacts to long-range facility plan, whatever national trends we might can identify. And the most important and overarching one is developing the board's vision for choice throughout GCS. Now, we have some information already available, and it would come out to you prior to the workshop, so you might review that and study it, so to speak, before we have the workshop. There may be other items that individual board members would like for us to include in that agenda. That's a pretty large agenda. And we have the data. We have the data from this year. I think we would all urge caution with any data from this year because it's skewed with what's going on. But we certainly have the data, the pre-COVID data about choice. And right now, we are probably in our current configuration on a non-virtual year, on a normal year, we're probably maxed out at choice at about 16%. Not to say we're honoring all the choice that people want to have, but we filled all the available seats. And it's a real challenge. We were able to get it from, it set on about 14 or 15 for a while. We've been able to get it to 16%, but we're really constricted at 16% with space. But that may go to some of the other things that you all talk about in this workshop. And like I said, we have those set up, again, trying to schedule these in because as you all also know, we're about to go into the busy season because it's time for us to move forward with our budget. We already have some of those dates set and confirmed with you all. And we are working on finalizing that small facility study, which becomes part of the long-range facility plan that we hope to have to you all before fall of the coming year. So all of these things kind of come together. And it also, it's not bad timing. I don't think necessarily, because again, anything we want to inform that strategic plan, we need to get it in place going into the spring, fall of 22. So over this next coming year and a half is really a good time to try to get things that might create alignment and to be thinking about that on I don't remember what date in December, but December of 2029, December 1 of 2029 is 28 for the 29 fiscal year will be the final best payment. Now that encumbers all of your building funds, your debt service funds scheduled up through that year, but it provides about a $70+ million window for FY30. So a number of these priorities and considerations moving forward, and likely including some of the things we're going to bring you in that small facility study, will immediately demand your attention and competition for the availability of those freed up debt service funds, since we will have satisfied the best payment, the last best payment. So you all can begin thinking about, I don't know that we want to call it next best, perhaps best two, or whatever acronym is about. Next best sounds less than aspirational. Even better. Maybe it's even better. I don't know what that acronym could stand for. That's just a very brief summary. We're here to answer any question that you might have. So I can answer, that Greg or Betty can answer, or Phil or Robin.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. So just to repeat before we move on to Ms. Wells with the first questions. So we had originally intended for there to be a discussion about choice here, but it appears that a more larger, more thorough discussion is going to be scheduled sometime for us to be face-to-face at MT Anderson. And so perhaps that choice discussion could happen here briefly, but there larger. I think I remember at the agenda set, one of the desires you did have from this discussion were there topics that aren't on this bulleted list that board members would like to see as a part of that more full choice discussion. Is that correct, Dr. Royce? Okay. So I will start with Ms. Wells, who requested this item.
Thank you. So this is an item that was in our strategic plan. And I remember we had some conversation when we adopted the plan that we weren't really sure at that time, or we knew at that time that there was going to be some problems with using that performance goal. So, there's a little bit of sort of frustration and impatience for me because we had this conversation in 2018 and we rolled it into the strategic ed plan, partly because we had conversations about what our programs were looking like. And there was a specific program that came to a committee of the whole that we talked about, and we sort of had this conversation where the board said, yeah, we really need to revisit what choice means to us and what we want the program to look like. And so because of that, rather than have a committee or have another series of meetings, we rolled it into the strategic ed plan, but that was in 2018. And I know COVID hit us all in 2020, but there's still a good bit of time that's passed since we've done we've had any conversations about that. So I recognize it's a busy time and it's potentially a hard time, but I don't think there is a good time, really. You have to carve out time and you have to set your priorities. So I think as a board, this is another place where this is something that the board should be focused on figuring out and helping set vision for. So in the agenda, I see a number of things that you guys are saying you're going to talk about for us. And some of them look like it's probably data sets and things and information that you have brought us previously. What I would like to see if we can do is can you guys, you're educators, right? So you do this all the time in classes, you front load the information, maybe you flip the classroom and send us some of this information for us to review ahead of time so that when we get in the room together for the workshop, then we can have conversations about what the vision is. Because honestly, I'm less concerned about the history of where we've been and the history of why we adopted magnets or why we had this or why our attendance boundaries are set. And I'm more interested in where we think we need to go. And if COVID's taught us anything, it is that we have to look to the future and prepare for disruptors as much as possible. So I'd like for us to have enough information to understand our program. So again, maybe that's you front load that and you send that to us to review. But then I would really like to hear about that next to the last bullet says national trends and choice programs. What does choice look like across the nation? What are people doing? Because for me, choice isn't really just about the program. It might be about how do we rethink the opportunities we offer in each school to be sure that we really do provide choices for students in every school that are what they need, you know. So I'd like for the conversation to be the visionary piece of how do we expand those choices and those opportunities. We know in South Carolina in particular, there's a big push from the state level that, you know, public education isn't keeping up. Public education isn't offering enough choices, and our parents need choices. So we need to, you know, help them pay for private school and all these things. And I don't agree with that philosophy, but I think if we're going to continue to meet the needs of our diverse population and continue to expand the way in which we can exceed expectations for our families and providing them their educational opportunities, we really should rethink that whole process. So I think all the data here is stuff that we need in the agenda. I would just like for us not to spend hours listening and receiving information and instead be able to have more conversation about what this would look like. Your choice is important to many people for many different reasons. And I think if we're going to inform the next strategic ed plan, if we're going to inform the long range facilities plan, and really if we're even going to inform the kind of, you know, we need teachers that teach different things and different skill sets. I think the conversation needs to be, you know, visionary that then the administration can take and put back into a framework to create another performance goal. Because I guess where I figure we are is we're not doing anything with that performance goal at this point. We're not, you know, that's just not really a thing. So moving past that and just resetting to talk about choice and how we offer it, what it looks like is what I would like to get out of this workshop that we're going to have. So that's it for now, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Leventis Wells.
Yes. You know, I'm looking at choice in a lot of different ways. First of all, I'd like to say that I think parents know the best place for their children to attend, whether it's private, public, homeschool, whatever the situation is, parents know what's best and where their children should go. Now with COVID, I think a choice that we've already made is for people to either go virtual, and it was e-learning. And I thought that was pretty visionary outlook on things, but I also think now choice is developing a program or a school or a special school within the district of virtual. And Dr. Royster, I'm sure you're looking at different things with virtual and how you're going to institutionalize that as a choice method of teaching. And I could be wrong, but I look at you as a visionary and someone who is looking at all types and specialties when it comes to magnets, choices, etc. I think it's important that we maintain what we have and give teachers options. And I like the way we put those career centers, those courses in our high schools, making those available without students having to travel, etc. I appreciate this being on the agenda, but I also appreciate the thought process behind this and thinking outside the box, because, you know, there's always been that saying, and it's, are you have you been preparing for your finest moment? And I will tell you, in the beginning, you were prepared and you moved very quickly in coming up with a solution when COVID hit us. And now, and I appreciate that. And people don't understand what went on behind the scenes in a weekend and having to move and get things going. Were our teachers prepared? Some were, and some may not have ever considered such an epidemic that would cause so much havoc. And there are teachers who've been teaching for years and years and years that are not as computer savvy as others. And it was very difficult for them to automatically go to e-learning when they were so set, their mindset was traditional classrooms. And were students prepared? No, they weren't, because they like seeing their friends and teachers and having FaceTime, and others were able to adapt. So now what we're faced with is, how are we going to meet the needs? Because this is what's expected of our school district. How are we going to meet the needs of everyone? And I think, Dr. Royster, I know that you probably don't sleep as much as I, because I don't sleep either, trying to figure out what new and innovative way are we going to implement to make sure that everyone is prosperous and gets not an adequate education that is written by the state, but the best education for our students in Greenville and the state of South Carolina. And so, you know, we have put a lot of faith in you and the district administration and our teachers and everyone. And we expect you to be the best and bring to us the best. So with that, I do agree that this is a great topic, and choice means so many different things to so many people. But I want it to be the best, not adequate, but the best for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ventus Rails. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Dr. Royster, when you said that about the BEST program and it coming to an end in 30, whenever we decided to renovate and build new schools, I wish that we would have built them big enough where that we eliminated islands. You know, that's been a thorn in my side.
Yes, ma'am.
Islands where that these kids are bused past 3 and 4 schools to get to a school that's 10, 15 miles away from where they live. It would be nothing better than to see our students in schools that are closer to their homes. So just like Linda said, choice means different things to different people. Mm-hmm. But when you are in an attendance zone that sends you 10, 15 miles away, and you have a neighborhood school within a mile up the street from you, like I say, it's been a thorn in my side. I wish that we could get rid of these islands. I know it's going to take a whole lot, and it took a whole lot when they got rid of a whole lot of them back in the day. But I want us to consider that whenever we are looking at the BEST program with renovating some of these schools, because that's probably what we're going to do, right? Renovate and maybe build some new ones.
Probably be both some replacement and renovation based on the preliminary study.
Some of the schools that were built were not large enough to do the population around the school. And I'm trying to understand why we build schools small instead of big and looking, not looking at growth in population for that area where that we are still sending kids 10, 15 miles away. So I'm praying that something is done with these islands, because I have it from the population, from my constituents in my area all the time about why can't my child even walk to a school less than a mile away from them. So like Linda said, choice means different things to different people, but to to a parent that the attendance zone has been given to them, where they cannot take part in PTA because they don't have a car to ride 15 miles, where they could have walked up the street half a mile. So I would hope that we would look at that as a board, just like y'all did back in the day, whenever y'all eliminated a lot of islands, to get something done about this. And that's my little commentary for right now. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Ms. Goen-Caldwell. Dr. Stiles.
Well, we all know that the virtual school choice is one that's going to probably be with us forever. And so, and we are all interested in expanding our school choices. One problem that I see with virtual school is those students and their parents are islands. They don't have a school that they can call their own. They don't have an identity. And I was just thinking if we could maybe consider, this is just a thought I want to throw out, like a virtual school that actually has a school name and has an identity, maybe like a mascot, that we could maybe, if we had enough interest in the virtual programs, that maybe we could have a school per se, or more than one school that has an identity. We give it a name, the students participate. And then we help as a part of this virtual program that parents do not have to seek out ways to fund socialization for their children, that we could, in these virtual schools, they could schedule field trips, science fairs, maybe field day activities, awards day programs, literacy events, and maybe even they could have a PTA. So we could give these students and these families who want to choose the virtual option, we could give them that, but we could give them that in a very rich way where they had an identity and an opportunity for socialization. And that would also be increasing our choices for families by meeting a lot of needs. I just wanted to throw that out as a thought.
That's something, to your point, Dr. Stiles, we've talked about a little bit. And kind of we're looking at this coming year as I think still somewhat a year of instability. Right now we've got, I think we said earlier, about 2,300 signed up. That's all grade levels. Don't know what that might look like going forward when we're completely clear of the pandemic concern. And I think that's the time to really deeply look at a school or not. There's some advantages to not being a school right now. Now, hopefully some of the regulatory environment is going to change as well. That we don't have to have a library because it's a school. Well, it's a virtual school. You can have a virtual library. One of the big hangups is really more at the middle and the high school level right now, and that has to do with athletic eligibility. And that's really been one of the primary drivers at the high school. We've wanted them and at the middle school to stay on the role of the school they're zoned to attend. But again, those are some regulatory things that hopefully over the next year or two, that environment may change so that it's not disadvantageous to set it up as a school. Because I think to your point, you can help to create a school community that they're tied to when it's the virtual, whatever the name, virtual elementary school or virtual middle school or virtual high school. Once we've worked our way through those regulatory requirements that just don't make sense in a virtual environment, they just don't.
I know through the state, through, I believe it's called Discus, that most, like, I know at the elementary school that students had a login and they could go and they could access that library at the state level. I mean, again, I can't speak for middle schools and high schools, but that might be a possibility to account for that regulation. Because it seems to be, from my opinion, pretty endless on what you can access through that. I just want to throw that out as well.
I think that's certainly a good thing that we need to lobby for, and the board and its advocacy committee may want to do that as well. And that's the removal. Some of these schools run through the charter district. They don't follow the same rules we follow. But to allow for us to have these innovative virtual type schools and not have to follow the same regulations that you and I would probably refer to as the defined minimum program, but they don't call it that anymore. But when I say that, you know what I'm talking about. All those constraining regulations that were designed for the modern school of 1972. Well, that's not the current state of education, nor should it be. So thank you.
Dr. Stiles, do you have any additional questions, Dr. Stiles? Are you good? Okay. Mr. Meek. All right. Without objection, we'll extend for an additional 15 minutes. Mr. Meek.
Thank you. Dr. Royster, with the bond repayment, I think it's in December the 28th, 2029. How many schools do we still have to address in the BEST program?
I'm sorry, Mr. Meek, I'm not sure I understood that. Could you say that again?
How many more schools do we need to address, if any, in the BEST program?
None through the BEST program. Now we have MARS work, maintenance and long-range capital replacement for the BEST program, and that would be an ongoing and continuing cost. And as time goes by, you know, we have an escalator in it out there about 10 years, Betty. As time goes by, that's going to increase. So some chunk of that 72 million would need to go to increased long-term capital projects at the BEST schools. We have within that small facility study, Betty, 14 school locations.
Sorry, Dr. Royster.
The small facilities.
Yes, sir.
Building study, 14 school locations.
It's close to that, yes. Those are our oldest schools that were done or renovated prior to BEST.
For example, Bryson.
Middle.
Hughes Middle, Sullivan Center, West Greenville, Overbrook, Greenview,
Northwest
Middle,
Alexander Elementary.
the 4 career centers in Alexander Elementary.
And Welcome Elementary.
And they're in the process now of lining out options. Some of those need full replacement. Some perhaps can be dealt with through renovation. That's going to be a fairly significant price tag.
And are we allowing for new growth also?
Sir?
Are we allowing more schools for new growth?
Right now, the only growth in there is the growth we've already projected, and we have growth projected out right at to 29.
Yes,
now,
sir.
Not beyond 29, but that would be, yes, sir, that would be part of the next phase of that.
And we have in there, Dr. Royster, if I may, several in the long range facility plan out several years are additions for schools that were built to be added on to in that plan, looking at the projections.
Obviously,
we Fountain Inn High School.
The latest one we're doing right now, yes, would be Fountain
Inn High School because it's built for.
The next regular school on the plan is the new elementary on the old J.L. Mann site. That's the next full school. The other challenge that the district's going to have and that the board and the administration will have is it's becoming more and more challenging to generate operating funds to operate what we have. So a decision is going to have to be made to go bigger which reduces operating costs, or to continue to go out and build smaller schools. And that's going to be a key decision point in the path forward coming into whatever the next best phase is. And if I recall correctly, the original intent of BEST was to get us current to growth through 2010, but it actually lasted till 2013. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir. And that was because of the 07, 08 recession, which curtailed somewhat our growth. It curtailed it. We didn't decline like we did this year with COVID, but it did curtail our trajectory of growth, that recession.
We dropped from like 1,800 a year growth to one year we had like 250 growth. Yes. Then, we're looking at this phenomenon right now, which is hurting our long range planning side. Well, the short term, we're down 2,400 students. Well, we anticipate we're going to get those back. Plus, we're going to get some more because Greenville's continuing to grow. But it's hard to forecast that growth based on this current year.
Okay, Dr. Oyster, how many islands do we have left?
As Farley, we have a couple of hundred. I think you have them by level.
Yes, because I can't tell you the exact number off the top of my head, but because you have elementary, middle, and high, there's a number. Yes, and some of those are for different reasons.
Those are different reasons. I think I know, but
well, some are because of high growth areas, to keep one school other than others becoming way overcrowded before things happen. And some is because there's no space close to the school. And some are remnants of things that happened in the early 80s here.
There are, Mr. Meek, I believe 59 elementary islands that affect 22 schools. There are 71 middle school islands that affect 11, and there are 76 high school islands that affect 10 high schools. And to Ms. Farley's point, some of them were created. There's 14 points in the board's assignment policy, 14 factors. 11 factors. Some of those islands are the result of factors dictated by the board's policy regarding the population composition of a school. So in changing some of those islands would require following fewer of those guideposts. So that might be, if there is a bigger discussion about eliminating all those islands, I think they're incumbent in that is a discussion about those guideposts that we're following to determine assignment areas. Because we would certainly not be keeping some of them if we move the islands. The one that comes immediately to an example is to try to minimize the poverty level of a school. A lot of those islands would cause the poverty level of a lot of schools to increase significantly. That's just one example.
If I remember correctly, in the past, some of the explanation was that if we increase the poverty level, then we could expect the school to be in a lower quartile.
It makes it more challenging to, obviously there's always going to be some of our schools are going to be in the lower quartile, but it certainly makes it, when I say lower quartile among our schools, not statewide or nationwide. But it makes it far more challenging. The larger a group that you have, the more barriers they have to being successful. And then Jason's not in here now, but there's all kind of research out there that shows that students in poverty do better in schools where there is a lesser degree of poverty. As a group, they do better. So those are just some of the kinds of discussions that you all, I think, would need to have as a board with the administration about what does that path forward look like and what is the intent here as far as what a population of a school ideally looks like to the best of your ability to create neighborhood schools, but minimize barriers to student achievement when you create those neighborhood schools.
Will we be looking at that in March?
I don't see any way possible to look at that in March. No, sir. And I think it would have to be part of a bigger conversation because it has a fairly big facilities impact. If you don't want to move people out of a school to fix these islands, the schools will have to be bigger. But if you move people out, I guess it would be a very time-consuming process to move them out to create room for the islands to come in without creating an island somewhere else. And I think as we have indicated in the past, it is probably a task beyond the capability, not the ability of, but the capability of our planning and demographics department. They have the knowledge to carry this function out, but a wholesale rezoning of the district would likely require us to employ a third-party consultant just because they wouldn't have the wherewithal to do all the work in a reasonable period of time.
And currently with the elementary, middle, and high schools that we have, there's no good feeder patterns for all of the schools.
No, sir. And that presents a challenge and a barrier to success too in academics, arts, and in athletics. In really the primary aspects of our school program, most clearly focused on academics, but it provides barriers to success in all of those areas. And it just makes the principals, the schools, the faculty, the staff have to work a little bit more, a little harder to overcome a barrier that if you had clean feeder patterns wouldn't be quite as high as it is without clean feeder patterns.
Okay. I know that the state does not reimburse us for the magnet schools transportation. They do reimburse us, the district, for our islands transporting the students from one area to another.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, that may be something we need to look at it again and again and again over the years. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Are there any other further questions from board members in the room? Are there any questions from the board members? I think they're still online. Ms. Doolin or Ms. Bush, do you have any questions about this topic? Okay. And Ms. Bush, do you have any questions? Just as a summary then, I think a couple of things I heard, Dr. Rush, I appreciate you opening the discussion up for things we would like to discuss at a future workshop. Some conversations about trends, national trends, a conversation about islands, which sounds like may have to happen at some other time, perhaps a presentation on student assignments and kind of some of the intentionality around some of those assignment choices might be a good refresher for the board. One thing that Ms. Wells mentioned earlier that I just, as my request, we just want to reinforce is, there is an opportunity to look at choice as someone choosing to go from one school to another. There are also some facility limitations to that. And so, I would also appreciate a discussion about areas in the country where choice is actually something that's embraced within a school building that allows families to choose a course of study within a facility that may not necessarily require them to go to a different school, but they could be in their neighborhood school and choose an art focus or a science focus. So maybe any examples where we might see that might be working successfully. Particularly, I think, since the School of Innovation bill probably is going to move through, and it seems like it might provide some unique flexibility to schools in our district if it passes to maybe exempt ourselves from some state and federal regulations to allow us to embrace choice within a school in ways that maybe we couldn't have done a few years ago. So I just would appreciate any discussion on that, but I appreciate the administration for scheduling this workshop. That concludes the administration section. 12 minutes ahead of schedule.
Yes, you did good. So
Well.
this is what we're going to do. I took a call earlier and I wanted to say this now. that the South Carolina School Board Association informed me that the Greenville County School Board members, that we will be receiving the South Carolina School Board Association 2020 Legislative Advocacy Program of the Year Award on a week from Sunday at the conference that morning, and that they know it's a year late, but due to COVID, this was the earliest that they could do it. And but this is a big award. And those that will be attending the conference, there will be a special place for you to sit on the front row so that y'all will accept the award on behalf of the board for those of us that will not be there, and that you will bring it back to Greenville to us. So we are very proud of our advocacy committee and all that we do. And also, they also informed us that the new board members that were just elected would not be on that award because it was for 2020. So please accept their apology. And also, what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break. And then please just please be back in your seats by 12:30 so that we may proceed to our next instructional part, and Ms. Wells will be chairing it. And as soon as we come back, we'll get that to order. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I got it. Welcome everyone back from our 10-minute break. At this time, I will turn instruction over to Ms. Wells to chair. Thank you, Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Ms. Leventis Wells. So on the instructional portion, we have 3 items today. Item 3.01 is academic support plan for pandemic impact. We have a recommended motion from the administration to approve the use of $38,513,000 of CARES Act 1 and CARES Act 2 funds for supporting academic activities for summer 2021 and the 2021-22 school year. Do I have a board member who would like to
Yes.
put the motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion to approve the use of $38,513,000 of CARES Act 1 and 2 funds for supporting academic activities for summer 2021 and the 2021-22 school year.
I have a motion, do I have a second? A motion and a second on the floor. Dr. Royster, I'm going to turn it over to you for a presentation on this action item.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. As was indicated, you have before you consideration of an item to appropriate $38.5 million CARES Act to ensure that we're providing the academic support that we need to provide to recover any academic loss our students have experienced as a result of the pandemic. We have a plan in place this year. We have it funded through CRF funds from the state that will carry us until the end of this school year. But the timing on this is critical in order that we be able to adequately make plans for the summer work that we need to do, as well as for school year 21-22. Because some of this involves the employment of additional teachers to serve as interventionists. And obviously, the sooner we can get out and hire teachers, the better off we are. And there would be a contractual obligation with those teachers. And we believe that the amount and number of those teachers would be a number that we can easily absorb in subsequent years into regular classroom teaching positions and or regular interventionist positions, assuming and believing that those that do a good job and would warrant further employment, be no problem to continue to employ them. Mr. McCoy is going to share with you the results of our students and the number of failures in coursework to this point. Also, the information that we've gotten back from assessments. He's going to share with you the intervention and support strategies that we propose. They will be very familiar to you because they are the strategies that we have employed now for some time in all schools, and particularly in the focus schools. And they have ensured and produced great results in academic improvement and helping to remediate and support students that are struggling. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. So I'm going to start with the overview of the assessment data that we have to this point, knowing again that many of our assessments are not, we've not done many of the assessments we normally would do in a non-pandemic year. But to start off with, looking at the this will look familiar. The Q1 grades, I did put those back up there for you, split out by brick and mortar and virtual. In the Q1, the first column, if you will, let's say take elementary 2,119 versus 1,982. That was just the pool. We pulled first quarter grades at the end of the first quarter. We went ahead and pulled first quarter grades again at the end of second quarter. Those are the stored grades in the grade book, which basically shows what grades were made up by students or what grades were changed by students. And a lot of that had to do with the assignments being turned in by students and teachers regrading those and giving the students credit for those assignments. So that's just what the two numbers in those blue columns represent for you. And then the second quarter grades are there in orange. So again, if you look at the elementary at the top there, 1458 number of brick and mortar students with Fs, that is the number of students. And then over there in the other orange column, you'll see the number of actual Fs, which would represent, obviously, in some cases, some students may have multiple Fs, while some may have just one F. We would anticipate again doing the same thing we did for you last time. We will pull second quarter grades again at some point because again, students are still turning in work. They're making up assignments. Their teachers are continuing to work with students, remediate students. So some of that, just like first quarter, is going to change. So you can see that respectively broken down by the brick and mortar students and our virtual students who are 5 days a week students. We also broke that down for you. Now this would be new because we didn't have this prior because it is semester one. This is only for middle and high. Elementary does not cumulative average the grades, and we've never done that in the state. So the grades you get quarter 1, 2, 3, 4 for elementary, those are not averaged into a final grade. Those are standalone grades for each quarter. However, for middle and high, we do have averaging at the end of the year, all 4 quarters. And mid-semester, we have our semester break for traditional schools is what we consider S1. Obviously, for your block schools, that would be considered F1 or final one because that was their final grade at the January semester change. So you can see how many students at the S1 had an F. That is, if you'll compare from the previous chart, that is going to be less, which would again represent that some kids may have had an F first 9 weeks, but they didn't have one second 9 weeks, or vice versa. And so that average of that grade ended up being a grade higher than an F. So those, you can see those numbers there again, broken down by face-to-face versus your virtual students. This, I can't see the chart title there, but this is your what the chart title says up there is the Fontes Pinnell data for FY spring to winter 21. And so if you look at the orange bar down there, that is 2019-20 fall data compared to 2020-21 fall data. Usually when we compare, we try to compare fall to fall, spring to spring. Obviously, we don't have spring data yet in that. And I will say too, you want to look at the cohort data. So for example, in K5, that's 2 different years of students. It's not untypical for us to see changes within a grade level because it just depends on when kids come in, and that's going to vary by year. When kids come in prepared versus from another year. So what you want to look at there is that cohort data, the way we look at it. I'll take second grade there, for example, that's 66%. Those students are in third grade at that 47% that grade. So you take I can't, my laser that far away, but 66% in second grade was in 2019-20. Those students would now be in third grade, 2021, that gray bar. And so you can kind of see the cohort data actually follows the students in that regard. This is the percent met and above. As you all know from the past, this is based on our Fontes and Pinnell reading levels. And so those are based on the goals we establish for students based on those reading bands. And so that's where we come up with the percent for met and above, which we've presented. Again, most of you who've been on the board have seen this chart that we usually present, I think, usually in the fall from the previous year's data. There we go. And then just to bring this back, this has not changed from last time you saw it. This is the elementary results, the first benchmark comparisons again, that you can see for elementary and middle and high school. We will have the second benchmark in March, which we'll be pulling that data once again for you in March. So as you can see that data and compared to where the second benchmark, that second benchmark is cumulative. So that would be for the entire year benchmark data for the students. So that's elementary. You'll remember again, middle school, where we fell had a slight increase from 19 to 20 in middle school. Little decreases there in elementary, increases a little bit in middle school, and in high school, some increases there as well. And again, we'll be pulling that data second, and it'll actually be April. We'll pull that data for the second benchmark, which is a cumulative test. So March 22nd is when that window opens. That's typically a 2 to 3 week window that we open up for the students to be able to take those benchmark tests. So moving into the support opportunities. So how do we support those students that are maybe still struggling in their, whether it be reading or math? What I showed you was reading data. For the most part, except for the benchmark scores. We don't have similar math data like we have with the Lexile levels or the reading levels with Fontes and Pinnell or FastBridge with reading in the K5 and 1 first grades. But looking at this data, We have put into place, as you all approved from before, that CRF money, which was for remediation. And so we have put into place with that small group tutoring before and after school for elementary students. All schools do offer a before or after school program. Some offer both. Just depends on teacher availability and students, again, ability to get there. Or parents wanting them to attend. In the morning, a lot of elementary schools are doing this in the morning because the bus students are there, a good sometimes 45 minutes before school starts. That's prime time to be able to intervene with those students that may need some additional help. We also put in place 49 interventionists. These are certified elementary teachers. As you all remember on the board, you guys approved several years ago interventionists in our elementary schools, which we still have those in place. So these are above and beyond those interventionists. And then the state also provides reading coaches to schools. And that's all based on data. So it's not the same for every school. It all depends on their reading data based on how we allocate those. And again, what that looks like during the day is pulling small groups of students for those intervention groups. We use a program that's tied to balanced literacy, LLI, level literacy intervention, to instruct the students and to help fill in those gaps of reading. So the middle school opportunity is similar to the elementary. We've done before and after school remediation. Again, that small group tutoring. Again, they're offering before and after school tutoring based on the teacher availability. And I should have mentioned this on the elementary one. All of this, obviously, we are paying teachers to provide those remediation opportunities for students. So whether that's before or after school or during the day, teachers are being paid to remediate and help tutor those students. For high school, again, similar as far as the remediation goes, small group tutoring for those students. All schools also offering before and after school program as well. And high schools, because students do have the ability in some cases to get there to school themselves, they have opened up some Saturday tutoring as well at some schools that work well for their communities, and they certainly were able to offer that and do that. And then the in-school remediation for virtual students. The high schools are also able to bring in some of those at-risk virtual students to come in and get additional help. And so what that looks like is they would go to a location. They would still join their live Google Meet session or work on their pre-recorded content for the first 10, 15 minutes of that class period, for each class period. And then from there, teachers would rotate in to tutor and help students who may be struggling in a certain content area or could be multiple content areas. And so, again, teachers are doing that on their planning period, and we do compensate them, as Dr. Royster said earlier, for that planning period, and they just move that planning period to after school, and then we pay them to rotate into these sessions for tutoring during that planning. The Engage SC Graduation Alliance, which you may have heard about from the state, there's been some publicity around this. That was a state-sponsored program for grades K through 12. Greenville County has referred about 600 students to that program. We continue to refer students as they come up and as students become a need. Hopefully we'll receive a report of that in March as far as which students they were able to engage with and which students they were able to participate in this program. We submit the names, and then the experienced teachers and staff that the state has hired reach out to those students to coach them, and you can kind of see those goals there. Obviously, they are not coaching them in person. This is all through the telephone or video for these students, because again, these people who are doing this are scattered around the state, not necessarily just in in Greenville. So that third one there is really the key, that bullet there, is they provide the services of personal academic coach to help the students learn the skills necessary to succeed in the remote learning environment. Now, certainly we have sent in names of students who are not in the full virtual environment as well. Some of those students are in the brick and mortar environment and just needing some additional help. So this is coupled with all the tutoring efforts that we are also doing that I just mentioned in the previous slides. A large portion of the Graduation Alliance, or Engage SC, is the engagement for students, trying to keep students engaged in the learning process, whether it be brick and mortar or in the virtual environment. And then summer school, looking at 2021 this summer, you all know we do summer school each year. It has been more on a limited basis particularly for the state required programs for elementary. So for elementary, we've always done the Read to Succeed summer school. That is a state requirement based on students who score at a certain level not met in their third grade reading scores. And so those students, we've offered that in the last 3 or 4 years since that law went into place. This year, we're going to expand that to more students in reading and math. We're planning on offering summer school at all locations in the district, elementary, middle, and high, minus any, obviously, locations that are under construction that would prevent us from doing that. And that's actually very few this year that we can't work around. So summer school in all of those locations. Middle school will be very similar. We've always offered summer school for failed courses. In the last couple of years, that has been online with the option of students to come in for labs. It's typically done on the computer where teachers also pull small groups while the students are working in that personalized learning path. And so this year, we'll be putting a bigger emphasis, though, on students coming in, ideally, instead of doing it through the virtual if that was not working for them in the past. So again, we would provide transportation. That is the big change for middle school in the past. We have not provided transportation. We will provide transportation for this. So hopefully that will be more students will take advantage of that opportunity. Same thing for high school. Last couple of years, we've done content credit recovery for high schools. That has been online to recover that credit. But again, we are planning to offer labs for students to come in and then have teachers there to be able to tutor students in small groups. So it looks like a lab situation, but where the teacher can pull small groups of students who may be recovering Algebra 1, for example, to work with those students individually or in a small group. We will still offer that virtual option, particularly for our high school. We do recognize a lot of our high school students have to work in the summer and need that flexible environment and may not be able to come into school for various reasons, but we are providing transportation for those students who are able to, if they don't have work obligations, to come in. And then looking at 21-22, the next school year, the elementary, we're looking at continuing the before and after school remediation. That has, as Dr. Royster mentioned in the past, we always do some form of that in our schools. Schools do that with local money or flex money or Title I money or ATSI money. There's lots of pots of money schools run those programs, but typically it's for a much limited time based on the money. And so this year, what we've planned out for students to be able to start, or schools rather, to be able to start that even the first 9 weeks towards mid to end of first 9 weeks to start those tutoring opportunities for students. So that money would help cover those costs of the teachers who are tutoring and providing that support. We would also be looking to continue and increase the number of interventionists. Again, as Dr. Royster mentioned, and you will remember, when you put those interventionists in place in the schools, we've shared that data with you. Our reading data continue to increase each year with those interventionists. That just helps those students who are struggling. It is the classroom teacher's responsibility for all tiers, tier 1, 2, and 3, but we recognize some students need some additional support outside the general ed classroom. And so that would allow those interventionists to continue to pull students as well. And then again, summer school, we put in the plan for 21-22 as well to expand that, to offer that expanded summer school to all students K through 12. Middle school, we again, continuing that before and after remediation program. And then looking at increasing the number of interventionists to run our Read 180 or math labs. We've had a big push the last couple of years. As you'll remember, with Read 180, we've had great success with the Read 180 program of really helping students increase their reading levels. That is an elective course, so to speak, that students are put into in middle school, where they can go and if you've seen the model before, it's a lab model, but again, teachers are pulling small groups of kids. It's not pure computer based. They are pulling small groups. We'd also be looking at adding some math labs in addition as well. Schools would basically look at their data and determine which one they need more math or reading based on their school data and put those appropriate supports in place. In summer school, I've mentioned for all 3 levels. In high school, very similar. The only difference is increasing the number of aids and licenses for our credit and content recovery. Again, as we mentioned last time, we really want to focus on content recovery, not necessarily credit recovery. Students are always going to need, in some cases, credit recovery based on transfers and coming in. But we really want to capture our students before they fail a course to be able to recover that content, 4 weeks in, recognizing that, they are struggling to be able to get them into a content recovery class. Depending on their schedule, that's not always possible. There are some that are going to have to do a credit recovery because of their schedule and what they want to take. But ideally, our goal is to always try to get them into content recovery first. This will provide the opportunity to increase the number of labs for content and recovery, content and credit recovery, and then also some after-school opportunities too for content recovery. And then also doing the summer school next year, again, with transportation provided, where students can come into the labs and continue their credit or content recovery in the summer. So Ms. Stack is going to talk a little bit about the funding for this.
So the next couple of slides detail the funding sources that are available to cover the cost of this student support. Under each fund, you will see the approved activity that Dr. Roysher was talking about earlier today that allows the funding of the support activity. And then more importantly is the deadline for spending. So on this slide, we have the Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF, and the associated approved activity is listed there. And you see that the deadline for spending these funds is September 2021. CARES Act, our first allocation of the CARES Act and the associated approved activity there. The deadline to spend those funds is September 2022. And then the next slide, you'll see the CARES Act 2, or the second allocation of CARES Act for us. The eligible activities that are included under the CARES Act 2 allocation with a deadline of spending of September 2023. Now, taking all that into consideration, and especially the spending deadlines, we are using the CRF funds to pay for the student support items through FY21. So through this year, we're using the CRF funds. And then for summer school, we're asking for CARES 1 out of our first allocation to cover summer school for this year. And then the next slide shows our estimated budgets for 21-22 and the amount of money we would be asking for out of the CARES Act 2 allocation. And in total, as was mentioned earlier, for the CARES Act 1 and 2 activities, it would be $38,513,000.
Questions, Martin?
Okay. Awesome. Do we have any, Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell?
Jeff, Engage SC, does the state do PD for that? How do they get qualified to do that?
From what I understand, yes, they do some training. I don't know what that training looks like, but they do training with those folks. From what I understand, the majority of those folks are retired teachers or were, people who left education, stay-at-home moms, that type of person. So the majority of those are former teachers.
So how does that compare to On Track?
So this would really be, from the mentoring side, it would be very similar. I think when you go through that On Track process and we assign you a mentor, that person's really supposed to do very similar what this person would do, is check in with you if you're not coming to school, why you're not coming to school. I think where this goes maybe one step further is that they do a little bit more personal coaching with the student. As you know, with mentors that we assign for On Track, those are not always academic staff members. It could be a custodian that student has connected with, and that person could check up on them. But these folks do focus a little bit more on that academic coaching piece.
Okay, Dr. Royster, remind me of the homeless students and the virtual students, how they get the after school or before school interventions. How do they participate in that?
They can participate in person and they can participate virtually as well. And I'll let Jeff speak more in detail about that if you want additional details about it, but they can do either of the two.
So most of our virtual students are participating in tutoring remediation virtually. They can do that before or after school. And we also have that remediation period built in during the day, the fourth period remediation that they can do it, where teachers can reach out to ask them to, come to that session, if you will. The middle school and high school, they do have an opportunity, in some cases, again, limited, they can be able to come into school, like I mentioned, with a high school being able to bring in some students that are struggling for the planning period rotation, where teachers can come in and work with them on their planning period if they're struggling.
I heard you say that they also can do that during the school day for some kids. How does that work?
So during the school day, it's going to be mostly interventionists. There were some schools that when we first rolled out the before after school money or during the money, some people had retired teachers who they were paying to come in and work with students during the day. So there's a few schools that have that before we put the interventionists in place. So they were just using that money because sometimes it's hard to get the kids, after school, before school. Even though we're can provide transportation, some of the parents just have obligations to prevent them, or sports that they're, practices that they're preventing from participating. So that during the day was just an opportunity to reach more students.
Okay, I see, Robin, I see where you have different categories for the funding for the CRF and the CARES Act 1. Than you do for the CARES Act 2. Now with the CARES Act 2, it has, it does have students experiencing homelessness and children and youth in foster care. Can you use the funds from CARES Act 1 for these same kids?
I believe the item you see on the CARES Act 2 is the additional activity that was approved with CARES Act 2 allocation.
So you can't use the CARES Act.
It is not
money for these kids.
It is not specifically like this in the CARES Act 1 allocation.
Do we already have the CARES Act 2 money, or when does that come in?
We do not have it yet.
So these children cannot be serviced because we don't have the money.
No, they can be served. They just can't be served solely based on the category that they're homeless.
Correct.
Any student can be served with remediation.
Okay.
One thing to would note, in the reason we kind of worded it this way, I think you see in our motion, the requested approval in a total amount and the sources from which we would draw that. If there were CRF money left, we'd first exhaust it. Then if there's CARES Act 1, we'd next exhaust it before we went to CARES Act 2. We gave you the delineated budget based on the estimate because we wanted to make sure you saw the specific things we would be procuring with the funds, but we would want to slide that money forward to make sure we used up all of the money that expires first, then the money that expires second, then the money that expires third. And CRF has the shortest shelf life on it. It's over in September. So if there were to be money left from what we're doing in the spring from CRF, we would apply it immediately to summer school. So it gets that spent before we run into a deadline with having to return the funds.
Okay, was the broadband internet access, those boxes was that purchased with this type money?
No, those Wi-Fi, excuse me, the solar Wi-Fi was purchased with a CARES grant that we got from the county. The hotspots were provided directly by the state. So they didn't come out of either of these two pots of money. There is some technology we procured with CARES Act 1 that you all approved earlier. I think it was Chromebooks, if I remember right. That right, Robin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Jeff, is the READ 180, is that a pullout program?
In middle school, it is. Yes, it's an elective they take instead of one of their related arts. Yeah. In high school, yes, high school would be the same thing. Instead of one of their electives, they would do the READ 180.
Okay. That's all I have, Lisa. Thank you.
Ms. Goodwin Cowell, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you guys for bringing this. If we could maybe go back to the slides that have the number of students with Fs. So I thought I remembered in the fall, one of our discussions was that a large number of these students who had Fs actually had them because they didn't turn in assignments. And we've done we've been doing Mastery Connect, which I think I understood, demonstrated to us that students were doing better academically than we thought they were, because now we've narrowed down to it's the zeros on the assignments. It's not their inability to understand the content. So knowing all of that and seeing these numbers, are we still looking at students who are struggling with compliance, or are we looking at large numbers of students who are struggling with comprehension?
We are still struggling with compliance, particularly in the virtual program. That one's probably where we have more of the compliance issues, just because it's a lot harder. It's easier when you're, not in school. I mean, when you're in school, it's easier to grab you at lunchtime and pull you in and do some tutoring or whatever.
Right.
A lot harder in virtual if they don't log in. So we've got strategies we put in place. Our teachers in virtual and brick and mortar have been, I think, incredibly flexible and incredibly, receptive to various methods of trying to get students to turn in the work. Certainly some of that brick and mortar still is compliance of just students not turning in work. I know several schools have worked with their teachers on grading, specifically because I think even teachers realized, at least some of the ones I've talked to, as we mentioned before, and we've seen this trend countrywide, that when we changed over from brick and mortar to virtual, by default, teachers assign more work. And because that, you don't have the benefit of being in class and looking over your shoulder to see what you're doing and mastering content. And so in order for teachers truly to get a good idea of where kids were, they assign more work. And that's, again, we've seen that across the country and all the conversations I have with my colleagues around the country. And I'll admit, I did the same thing when I taught college, when I moved to an online environment. I realized after that first semester, I assigned way too much work because it's just different. I didn't have the benefit of being there and seeing the kids as much. Well, it's the student adults, I guess, as much. So yeah, some of that's still compliance, but and I think some of the, with the tutoring, we're capturing a lot more. Schools have done a good job, and teachers, I think, of kind of separating the two. The students who are non-compliant, trying to certainly get them there to make up work is one thing, but then also identifying, okay, these groups of kids really do not understand content. They're struggling with content. And so really doing more tutoring or remediation with those students.
So when we look at the virtual students specifically, because I certainly understand if you're face-to-face, how your teacher can encourage you to participate.
I'm telling you that he doesn't have to. Okay. Based on the fact it was a specialty job and it's limited how long.
Of these interventions that are available to the virtual students before and after
The
school,
end of next school year.
remediation work, interventionists, are any of those things compulsory?
Right.
Or are we still talking about giving up opportunities to families?
Well, compulsory is we can't really require, we do quote unquote require. For example, we did change to a policy with attendance where really you've got to be, unless you have an extenuating circumstance, you work out with your administrator. In virtual, you need to be on the live session that we're offering. Otherwise, it's you're not counted as present. That was really in a move to try to get kids to actually attend their Google Meet sessions, because we know that has a large part to do with, some of those Fs, students not understanding or simply not understanding the assignment to do it. Again, we've worked out with those parents who had extenuating circumstances where their kids couldn't join, they have to join later. And obviously, we're more concerned about students have Fs. If they're making As and Bs and they're not attending the live sessions, that's a little different story. They're still keeping up with their work and doing fine. So yeah, I think it's a combination.
So has there been any discussion about you've gone through this virtual program, you haven't turned in your assignments, you're opting out of these interventions that are available to you, but we can't require you to do them, and yet you want to do virtual again next year?
Yes.
Is there some sort of you didn't do what you were supposed to do, so that's not an option for you discussion?
So we are, after this closes on, I think it's today, February 9th, when this closes, we'll be sending the student list to the schools of the students who have signed up for virtual, with the direction to ask those principals to have conversations with students who were not successful this year to see if that's really the best fit. I think our challenge, if this was going to be a non-pandemic going into next year, possibly, I think it'd be a lot easier to say, this is really not going to be a fit for you. Given that we still will have, not a vaccine probably out by fall for kids. There's still a lot of parents who are very uneasy sending their kids and have already expressed that. And so some of those, it will be a little bit harder. But I think the follow-up conversation will be, if a parent's adamant about doing that another year, is what supports can we put in place, both the parent and the school, us as virtual students? How can we help you as a parent then help your child be more successful than they were maybe this year?
Okay. Can we go to the support budgets? I wanted to understand. So what of these things we're allocating funds for are new positions, and what of them are kind of expansion of existing roles? So like before and after school tutoring, are those new employees, or those are just going to a teacher and saying, we'll pay you extra to do this in the morning or afternoon?
Yeah, so those will be the stipends that we pay the teachers to work with students after school.
Could possibly be, Mr. Lewis, could possibly be some existing working more hours, or some new ones working that weren't working.
But they're not all envisioned as totally new people we've got to go find. They're probably going to be people.
No, the biggest, when you're looking at new people to find, would be the flip forward a little bit, please. Would be the interventionist, elementary and middle interventionist, that right at $10.6 million.
Okay.
Those would be teachers we would propose to hire, looking for them and signing them right now to start to work next school year.
Okay.
Now, some of them might also work some during the summer, but these would be ongoing. Again, assuming they do a good job, individually do a good job, they would have a contract, and we'd have a contractual obligation to them extended beyond next year. But we're not talking about a number there that's beyond the number we would normally hire within a school year. In fact, it's well inside that number.
Okay, so we're hiring folks that we haven't planned to use after this year and a half.
Lack of a better term, we can absorb them into the regular teacher force the following year, assuming we don't still need some increased level of intervention. Now, remember, this money goes to 23. So should we see a continuing need, hopefully we won't. Should we see a continuing need, there would be funding there to continue that to a level the following school year, if that were necessary. Hopefully it won't be.
And then my last question would be, we just had a presentation on staffing challenges and how difficult it is to find these folks. And now we're adding, I don't even know what the FTE equivalent of 10.5 million is, but a lot of new positions.
Yes, sir.
Do we feel comfortable that we're doing this early enough in the spring that we're going to be able to fill those positions?
Much more comfortable at the lower grade levels. The more challenging one will be the middle school ones. But we'll certainly try to hire as many as we can, and then we may resort to some of those same tactics we talked about earlier, strategies we talked about earlier. That is, maybe at the middle school level, paying a teacher to give up planning time or something to that effect. But hopefully we can hire these. Jeff had pretty good success with hiring a mix of experienced people and recent graduates right after Christmas for the work we're doing this semester. So that gave us a little more confidence that there are people out there. And some of that was going back to the question that was asked earlier. That was piecing together some people maybe that didn't want to work full time but would work some. And then there is an attractiveness to the job of being an interventionist that might be more so than being a regular classroom teacher, because you're continuously working in a very small group setting, either one-on-one or 1-on-3 or 4 or 5. They're individual or small group settings. So it's attractive to people that maybe wouldn't be attracted to a regular, I'm going to be a second or third grade classroom teacher job.
I'll say too, Mr. Lewis, hopefully this will change a little bit, but there's quite a few retired folks who retired I know I reached out to, who, if we wouldn't have been this year in the pandemic, would have come back and actually done some of those interventions jobs. So we're hoping once, to get able to get some vaccines rolled out there, that some of our retired folks would actually, even more of our retired folks would actually feel comfortable coming back into the schools and doing those remediation. I've had several inquiries about next year already, with the anticipation that they believe they'll have the vaccine, and even though we're tired, as Dr. Royster said, it's different having a full classroom and those responsibilities than having a small group intervention. As many of our retirees are willing to come back and do that, and we're amazing teachers.
Thank you.
Ms. Mosley.
Okay, Jeff, several questions. Okay, so looking at the same page Derek had us looking at the, sorry, the grade statistics, the failures. I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. Am I reading this correctly that Q2 is higher than, I'm looking at high school, higher than Q1? I don't understand the two columns. When you're telling me what are the two columns under Q1?
So the two quarters, so the first column, the 8,005, I'm sorry, high school, 4,359, that was at the end of first quarter when we pulled that. The second one, that 3,600 was the second quarter when we pulled first quarter grades again after the makeups have been applied.
Okay, that's when, okay, that's what I thought I heard. Okay, so then second quarter, are we going to be doing the same thing with makeups?
Yes, I mean, I'll pull that again. I can pull it again. Ideally, at the end of third quarter, we would pull it again to see, because we know still even now that there's makeups happening in the schools. So we'd do the same thing for you and pull it again.
Okay, but for all intents and purposes, what I'm seeing here is that we've seen a slight increase in Fs.
For
second quarter over first.
Well, for are you talking about just high school or totals?
High school.
High school. Well, I would say
high school's the only one not in school right now. 5 days a week. It
was 11,142 total number of Fs first quarter at the first round of pulling, which would have been equal to the 11,140 we pulled. So it's actually about dead on. Okay. And then you've taken into consideration the ones that made up work. Yes, it is lower.
Okay, so what I hear you saying, I think I hear you saying is that this is still students not turning in work, not necessarily comprehension, or
there's a combination of two. I think there's still teachers, at least anecdotally, and all I have to go off of course, is what we ask our schools and talk to our schools, because there's no way for us to gather that data, so to speak, is that they still have students not turning in and not completing work. Certainly, though, there are another group of students, which is the ones we're targeting for that, whether before school, after school, during school, all that tutoring. Those students we're really targeting longer term tutoring. If you're struggling in content, we're trying to get those students, and not always successful, we're trying to get those students to come regularly for the tutoring. The makeup assignments, they may come in where a teacher can sit with them and get you to make up the assignments to get that F up. That may not be a long term, that may be a one-off or two-off situation. We're really trying to, high schools are struggling a little bit getting the longer term tutoring, the students to come longer term, to come into school and, sit with the teacher.
Okay, so everyone may get tired of hearing me say this, but one of the aspects, and I'm a parent of a high school student. I'm the only one sitting on this board that is a parent of a high school student. So I'm bringing a unique perspective here, and it's a very real perspective. And so I'm going to speak from the heart for just a second. There is an element of this crisis that is completely being ignored, and that is mental health. And if any of you believe that our students are not turning in work or not being successful, just because they're not in school or they're lazy or whatever, that's so far from the truth. I do believe when I hear you say things like we're struggling with compliance, we have to parents aren't getting their kids to school for the remediation efforts. I think you're underestimating, or I should say, not recognizing that there are some families in crisis out there right now who just getting their kids up in the morning to the school is difficult. And so even though we are providing remediation efforts, we do have students that are not taking advantage of them, and it's for no other reason than their mental health is failing. They literally, anecdotally, I have several friends in the mental health field that cannot keep up with their rosters right now for this age group. And this is we're not talking elementary, and we're not really talking middle. We are talking high school. And I have a couple of questions about this. Can any of the CARES money be used for additional mental health counselors? I'm just wondering, what kind of support can we, we have to give academic support. But what kind of support are we prepared? Can we prepare? I mean, it's not enough to have coffee with the counselor. I'm just saying. And when I say real crisis, I mean real crisis. So I'm just trying to, I don't know. I'm getting lots of calls about this because families who know me and know that I have children this age, but I'm speaking from experience and I'm also speaking on behalf of others.
Well, let me say, first of all, Ms. Doolin, I don't disagree with you about the mental health
Mosley,
side.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
About the mental health piece. I have a whole office devoted just to that and trying to work with teachers on how their mental health certainly too, but also strategies that we can work with the virtual students and the non-virtual students with SEL, the social emotional learning. As you said, I don't think that's just, it's certainly all age groups and even our adults that are struggling with that. From the student perspective, I certainly, again, I handle a lot of those calls in crisis or see those emails from students in crisis every single day. I'm dealing with those. So I certainly don't, if that came across that way, I'm certainly not underestimating the mental health crisis at all with that. We see it every day and we talk about it almost every week in our staff meetings on how we can, with my person who's in charge of that, how we can better serve as best we can in the virtual environment, but then also how do we provide supports to our teachers. Counselors, I know this year we rolled out at the beginning of the year, we worked on it all summer, rolled out a social emotional learning toolkit for the counselors to be able to go back and work with those teachers on what teachers are asking for strategies for mental health for kids, for themselves too. And certainly roll those out as well. So that is a huge focus of ours too. I don't know, Ms. Staff, I would have to speak more to the mental health counselor side as far as money going to that, if it's allowable.
It is an allowable activity. It is. Are we looking at that? Are we looking at that?
One of the first things one of the first things we'd want to know, have these parents reached out to us or these families reached out to us? Have we assigned them to a mental health counselor? We have 92 mental health counselors assigned. There is a mental health counselor assigned to cover every school. So are we fully utilizing them? Are they at the level of the load that they can carry? If not, do they need to be supplemented with additional mental health counselors? And then I think that is certainly an allowable expense, whether it's mental health counseling or school counseling. But the first thing we need to know is, have we maxed out the capacity of the people we currently have? To my knowledge, we have not. We have not heard from them expressing that their caseload is beyond that which they can carry. Doesn't mean it's not what said. They have not said that. I would imagine they would have. But first, we need to make sure that the families that need service are being connected with the providers for that service.
If you want my personal opinion, I do think that there is a little bit of concern, parents not wanting to let school know things because it's a private matter in many cases. It's a medical matter. And some families don't want to share the degree of the crisis that they're in. I also know that some families seek private counseling, those that have that means to do so. And so that might be another reason that you don't see it, maybe a demand for the school support as much. But I guess I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, I see these Fs and I see this remediation effort and I wholeheartedly believe we need it. It's a lot of money and I can't help but think that had we made different decisions in the beginning, we wouldn't be where we are right now, but we can't go backwards. Standardized testing, I have not kept up. Did we have a vote on that at the state level where we are on what that looks like?
The state superintendent has submitted a waiver to the federal for waiving standardized tests. That has not been responded to by the feds. There's speculation that will be approved. There's speculation that it won't be approved. There was a thinking that that might change with the change in administration. I don't know that it has. At the same time, the state superintendent has requested a waiver from the federal accountability testing. We've had a measure introduced in the General Assembly to continue with the state testing regardless of whether or not the waiver is granted. And I do not know the current status of the state legislation. I don't think it's moved forward any, but it's been introduced. And Scott, you over and get Julie and find out. We'll chat with Ms. Horton and see
I just wasn't sure.
She's in her.
I knew it was
office
moving
watching
through, but
another debate.
I never heard if it ever went through. And did that include EOCs or was that just the state that included EOCs?
It would be all state testing that really goes towards accountability, which would be EOC, SC Ready, SC Pass.
Okay, and is it state mandated that we count EOCs as a percentage of, it is a state mandate that we do that? That's not a Greenville County thing, as a percentage of the final grade?
Yes, correct. It's the state, with the exception of this year, the state mandates a 20% EOC percentage that factors in their final grade.
Okay, so is it fair to say that if testing does not get waived and we are required to do it, then we are going to be required to do EOCs and make them 20% of the final grade?
But this year it would be 10% of the final grade.
For this year it would be 10.
EOC, correct.
Okay.
That was because it was left to our option and we simply allowed it to be used in lieu of the final exam.
Okay.
And given it the same weighting as our final exam is given.
Okay.
But ordinarily it would be 20%.
Yeah, it was pretty significant.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, hold on. I can't read my own writing. I apologize.
While you look, Ms. Horton's here, she might could speak to the legislation.
Thank you. Yes, there was legislation introduced by Speaker Lucas and Chairman Allison in the House. There was a subcommittee, Education House subcommittee meeting where it was discussed. There was some pushback. There was a lot of the education groups and teachers groups were against the legislation. So they ran out of time at that particular meeting. It has not reappeared on a subcommittee agenda again at this point. So I guess we're in a holding pattern.
Okay, so what happens then if it doesn't, it just doesn't happen? And then what happens with testing?
It's going to depend on, at that point, it would depend on the answer that the state superintendent receives back from the U.S. Department of Education.
Right.
And I don't know how close they might be on getting an answer.
Okay. All right. So, Jeff, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around. That bar graph that you had on the Fountain, is it possible to see? I understand what you're saying about one cohort of students not comparing to the previous years. For example,
yes.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But this is taking into consideration COVID world right now. Do we have data on, let's say 2018 compared to 2019, where it's non-COVID world and we aren't seeing such a discrepancy? Because I'm looking at let's look at second grade, for example. I'm looking at 66% and 38%. That seems like a pretty significant gap.
Yes.
But is between two different
yes
cohorts, for example.
Which we still look at that because it's still, you see a trend pretty much over time, and we can send that to you. I actually pulled it this morning.
Okay.
Because I thought about the same thing. I wondered what it was, because I see it year to year. I don't always look at a trend. I mean, I look at 3-year trends. I don't typically go too much past. But the typically within the, like you were talking, within second grade, typically when I looked back at like the 2018-19 data, it was about 6% difference. It varied by grade. But so this would be a larger, for sure, larger difference of students not meeting their goals.
So what you're describing, 2018-19, those different, a more typical difference is less than 10%.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying versus something
in
like
the let's say last 3 years? Prior to that, when we were implementing balanced literacy, it was more significant. But in the last 3 or 4 years, yes, 6%, 5% is typically going to be where we fall. And it's always going to be a little bit lower because you're doing fall to fall, and the kids' goals change obviously with grade levels.
Right.
But typically 5 to 6% lower versus, I didn't do that math, but whatever that, 38 to 66.
Okay, so to piggyback off that response, and Dr. Royster, you may have kind of addressed this when you were talking to, when you were answering Derek. I know that the deadline goes out, that last CARES funding, to 2023. Not being an educator, what is considered a standard catch up? Like, what would you estimate it would take us to catch up to get back to where you would consider normal discrepancies, so to speak?
I don't think based on these strategies that it would be unreasonable to believe that we could do that next year.
Okay.
I'll definitely echo that. I think where you see where these are now, the gray bars, that's where we were. Really, I think it was 4 years ago when I look back at the data before we implemented interventionists, before we implemented the materials, the support balanced literacy, the reading coaches, all of that. And so we moved pretty quick, raising those scores. This is all the data we have as far as fall to fall. We don't have spring yet. I typically like to look spring to spring because the kids have had a year.
Right.
And I will also tell you, the Fontenelle testing is intense. So it's child to child. It's teacher to child, not group to teacher. This window opens in, I believe, September and runs through December. So you've got schools that tested in September and you've got schools that tested December. So the spring data, which we obviously share with you, the spring data, I'd feel more comfortable saying, here's the gaps and here's where we believe. But to Dr. Royster's point, we're basically doubling the remediation efforts we know work to be able to raise these gains.
Because elementary wasn't fully all in 5 days until what, late October? Is that right? Okay.
And you're right. And a lot of those, some of those teachers, they went ahead and did on the days they had kids at school, on 1 day or 2 days, they went ahead and were doing the Fontenelle testing. So some started back in September.
Okay. Okay. So, and I'm jumping around, back to high school. What does summer school look like this year?
So what we would hope that
for students that need to remediate.
Yes. So what we would hope versus in the past where it was fully online, I don't think I didn't put the details in here, but it'll be, in the past it was fully online, most of that going through South Carolina Virtual, who does the credit recovery for us. And again, we have a lot of students in the past that have been successful at that and recovered the credit. This year though, we really want that model to be like it was 5 years ago, where we set up labs in high schools. So students come in to do the credit recovery or content in the lab. Okay. And then the teachers can pull small groups. So we would be looking at each school, hopefully to have at least a math, science, social studies, and English teacher working in those labs so that kids can be pulled in small groups or one-on-one. Once they hit that block, if you will, typically what we like to see if a child has hit not passed a quiz 3 times in the content or credit recovery, well, really our direction teachers has been, you need to pull that kid. That's the same is not going to work past that 3 times. Even if they're going back through the content, they're obviously stuck on something. So pull that child small group, do the remediation with them, and then you can just move them on in the system, or you can have them retest if you wanted to see if they, if you weren't comfortable yet, if they learned it. So we'd like to see more of those kids coming into the labs where they have access to those teachers, tutors. I don't know what it'll look like this summer. In the past, those have dwindled out over the past 5 years because we just had a hard time getting kids to come in. I got a lot of valid reasons. I mean, they just work in the summer times, a lot of them. Families have commitments, but we didn't in the past also provide transportation. So I'm hoping this summer with transportation provided, we'll be able to get more kids in.
So is that going to be a 5-week thing, 3-week thing? I mean, what's in 4 days? I mean, how many days a week?
So it'll be 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. It'll be the 2 weeks before the week of July 5th and 2 weeks after the week of July 5th. We're going to give them that break of July 5th since a lot of families go out of town and aren't really available a lot of times. And it would be
wait, you just said two weeks before July 5th and 2 weeks after, so
correct.
4 weeks total.
4 weeks total.
Okay.
I think if I remember, it's 9 to 1.
Okay.
I forgot the total number of hours. I have the total number of hours here, but it's 9 to 1, 4 days a week.
Okay. And so how does that look if they need? Is that for one subject? What if they need more than one subject?
That technically would cover at least 2 subjects. That time frame would cover 2 subjects, at least going off of history.
Okay.
I will tell you that 4 weeks, that was not a hard stop. When we've done this in the past, if we had a handful of kids that were not finished yet, we just extended that over into the following, or even 2 weeks later if we needed to, and just paid the teachers. They may consolidate the kids, because by then you have fewer kids that have not finished. But what we find a lot of times, the kids will sometimes, a lot of times they'll go to their afternoon job, 1 to 5 or whatever, and then they'll go home and they can work on this at home too. So a lot of them are still doing it. Like they'll go back after work and do it at night just to kind of get through it quicker.
So I'm going to assume since that straddles the lunch hour that we'll provide lunch. Okay.
Yes, breakfast and lunch.
Breakfast and lunch. Okay. And will you have a required head count, or like, let's say at a certain school, you're going to offer Algebra 1. If only 3 kids sign up for it, is that enough to have it? Or if one, I mean, I'm just asking, what is the minimum?
We can, in a lab, typically with a credit recovery, it doesn't have to be pure subjects. Typically when we've done this in the past, teachers can rotate from room to room. You just have to have somebody supervising them. So if you have 3 Algebra 1 kids and 4 English kids and 2 biology kids, technically they can all be in that one lab working, and the teachers can just pull them out as they want to work with.
But you'll have content expertise, like content subject matter experts. So you'll have a math teacher, biology teacher, English teacher. Okay.
That's the goal, is to have, we usually start with the most students is math and English.
Right.
Less kids, a lot of the math and English teachers can help the kids with social studies, because social studies really, if you failed, it's just
I know.
memory,
got it.
memorization.
Okay.
Science, a little bit of math, but typically we find our math teachers can really help the kids through struggles in science typically. But if we have enough for 4 teachers at a school, what we'd like to have is 4 content areas represented.
Okay.
If we don't have the ability to make it in a particular school because we're going to provide transportation, then that doesn't become a barrier to students getting there.
Yeah.
If we had to shut it out in a particular school.
Gotcha.
Take
Okay.
them to the next closest,
Okay. That makes sense.
like,
Okay.
like we're doing to work around those capital projects.
And last but not least, do we have a dropout rate yet?
Dropout rates would not be calculated until at the end. We would for last year, but we would not for this year yet.
Okay. Have we had students drop out that we know of? Or are we still counting them as just MIA or not engaged? Or
I wouldn't say they're MIA. They normally, with the dropouts, they sign, that's 16, you can sign the paper, say you're dropping out. Now, certainly some kids, our counselors do a good job, and our principals of tracking those down, because those students down, because we're accountable for that.
Right.
And Mr. Perry, and I can't remember the other interventionist name, but Mr. Perry, he's the one that really goes out when, if you stop showing up to school, he's going to go out, knock on your door, find out, why you didn't show up for school, and then also explain our array of programs we have. If it's not working for whatever reason, that's a barrier for some of our children. Satellite diploma program, the GED route. I mean, he has a whole host. He then discusses with those students that they can, go into those programs if the traditional school is not going to work for whatever reason, job related. Some of our kids have to work right now, and simply it's not going to work to go to school 7 hours a day.
okay. So we won't have that number till the end of the year or till the summer.
Yes, I believe, Dr. Roach, I believe August is when we usually present that data, or September, because some of that has to come from the state too. Jason compiles, so state and our own data. We have to. Yeah. Correct.
Once they enter the 9th grade, that can track that doors. So the principals are very much involved. Where they go, we have attendance supervisors at the lower levels where the attendance law applies. At the upper level, we have two individuals who out to try to make sure that the best job we can do to get students through either a high school diploma or a GED.
Okay.
Andrew, Ms. Mosley, without objection, I've got at least one more speaker. I'm going to extend for 10 minutes.
I think I'm done, Lisa.
Are you done? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Stiles.
Jeff and Dr. Oyster, I would just like to offer a commendation to you about this plan. And I want to speak specifically to why I think it's a great plan and how I think it's a great use of our CARES Act funding. And I can see this from inside as a former principal. First, I would like to say the interventionist piece, I know that's the most expensive piece, but that piece is so critical. And I would just like to bring it to everyone's attention that,
I'm sorry. I would just like to say, as a former principal, I feel strongly about interventionists. I've used interventionists for years when I was a principal. And they speak so much to all the topics that we've covered inside our meeting today. First, they go a long way in closing the achievement gap for some of our subgroups. For some of the students who need it most, it allows these students to have an extra caring hand, to form a relationship with another adult. Usually these are retired teachers. They do love these positions because they don't have to carry home a lot of work or make lesson plans. And these retired teachers are so glad to be back in the school environment. And this supports these students with their mental health, which we've talked about today. Sometimes they open up in these small groups. So I think that is really a wonderful thing. I think it goes in a long way in closing the achievement gap, not only for the at-risk students, but for some of the other students in the classroom. Because if you've got a helping hand in the classroom during math, sometimes children, as a former teacher, I can just say they get a brain block about a certain standard. They just don't get it. That teacher or that interventionist can also support that student. Nobody really knows who they're serving. It's kind of fluid. So everybody has a chance for extra support. So it supports all students. Another thing that I'm really proud to say that I think that it does is it supports teacher morale. When you're a teacher, and I speak from being a former teacher myself, and you have students who are struggling for whatever reason, maybe they come from a new school and they have a lot of gaps, it can be very stressful for a teacher. So when you have a certified teacher, an extra hand in that classroom, to gather up a little small group that's struggling and to offer them support and assistance, it takes some weight off a teacher. And that little task, that really increases teacher morale. So I think it's a great use of money. And I do believe, as Dr. Royster said, and as you stated, that it can go a long way, this plan, in closing the achievement gap. I believe we're going to see great strides in 1 year with the addition of these interventionists. So I just like to say, great job, well done. I'm very pleased with this, and I feel like we're headed in the right direction to close these gaps. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles.
Orson Fair.
Thank you. I would also like to support what Dr. Stiles has said as a former classroom teacher, and also recently having had an opportunity to personally witness what Greenville County is doing with students coming in from other districts that have not had the opportunities or the advantages in what we have put in place, what your team has put in place, Dr. Royster. Had an opportunity to meet a young lady, 6 years old, who had not been to school, did not know her letters, or could not write her name in September. But now that student under Greenville County can write her name. I was totally surprised and shocked. So I appreciate what you're doing. I do think an interventionist goes a long way, especially for our teachers in the classroom who are being asked to do amazing things. I also have a heart to think that with this pandemic, the school district did not start the pandemic, but it's almost as if we are being charged with fixing the pandemic. We have businesses, industry, all of us need to work together, but it seems like all the responsibility is being given to the school district. It's other than the school district who has to take a part in solving this problem. We didn't create the problem, but we're all on the same ship, and we need to understand that we need to work together in order to fix this problem. I won't go on and on because that'll be a soapbox, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this issue. And I certainly appreciate Greenville County for its efforts. As I say, I know personally of what Greenville County has done in order to move these students forward. And my philosophy is, if you give me a healthy child, whenever we get back to normal, I can take the healthy child and bring that child to where I want them to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison Fair.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison Fair. No one else? We have a couple of minutes. I have a couple of questions. just kind of clarify how this is going to work and the impact of it. Jeff, with the numbers we have on the number of Fs and the number of students that have Fs, what we don't see here is sort of that comparison to what does it look like in a normal year and what does it look like now. So when we're talking about trying to make up a percentage, because I can look at the benchmarks and I can see what percentage we need to make up. What kind of percentages are we looking at trying to make up? That's the first question.
Just glancing at second quarter, we did that for first quarter. And I think it was, I don't know, percentage, I'm not sure. I had to go back and run that for you, but it was about 3 times the number from first quarter Fs. Second quarter, I would imagine is going to be very similar, but we'd have to go back and actually run that data from previous years.
So in that, I suppose you guys are also evaluating kind of grading practices and what assignments you're giving and how you're assessing those kinds of things. If for high school in particular, are we going to be looking at remediating such that summer school time is going to be an extended, basically extending the year? So if you are failing algebra, then you're going to extend your algebra year over the summer so that you're able to, so we're not failing, we're going to kind of keep that open. Is that how we're going to handle that? Keep those classes open, or?
Yes, that would be the ideal. We've sent an email to the State Department asking them to allow us to extend content recovery into the summer. I think we said July 15th. Now that has to be based on our Power School rollover, which typically is the end of June, but we've asked for that extension to be able to do the content recovery makeup for those students. So typically we are not allowed to do that. It has to be done by the final grade at the end. I think they give you a week normally, flexibility, but yes, we would be, in some cases for those students, for some students, we'd be extending that years, for lack of a better word.
And then on the elementary, the F&P data is shocking. There is a lot to make up there, because I guess I was comparing last year's first grade is now a second grade.
Yes.
It's kind of if I'm gonna look at the same cohort,
right,
kind of seeing where they are. So, second grade, they were 66% last year, and now they're at 47%.
Yeah, and like I said, and that is a huge gap, and that's why we're putting a lot of that money towards the interventionists, and we did this year as well, or this semester rather as well. I'll be more interested. The spring data, I think, will give us a little bit clearer picture of that. As Ms. Mosley said, we've had students have been in school. They'll have been in school for several months past that, and we'll certainly try to separate. As we have in the past, the virtual versus the brick and mortar students as well. If you've ever watched the benchmark being given, it's a little bit more difficult in the virtual environment. It's not as easy as it is in the brick and mortar environment. So we'll certainly be able to split that out for you. But the spring data, when we finally get that, will be a little bit clearer picture, I think, of that and our efforts towards remediation.
And so my last comment will be, before we vote on the motion, so we do have that motion on the floor, echoing what Ms. Mosley spoke to in terms of thinking about mental health supports, but even thinking beyond. Part of what's going on, especially with our middle and high school students, and I'd say high school seniors in particular, is that there's all this angst about everything they're missing, right? It's really hard to look past. I didn't get a football season. I didn't get a prom. I didn't get a dance. All these things. I didn't get a spirit week. So I don't know if there's a way, if there's some supports or some initiatives or some resources that we could bring to bear to try to create some special, some special supports or special initiatives that the students could buy into and could get around. When you think about the spirit weeks that we've missed out on, when you think about the spirit weeks we've missed out on, and we usually talk about how much money our students have raised in the community and what they've been able to contribute, and they get a huge sense of community from that, and it gives them a sense of pride and a reason to be and a reason to go and do. So, I think thinking about how we can engage them in this discussion, and if it's getting additional resources, if we can figure that out between now and 2 weeks. Maybe we amend the motion and add more resources, but even beyond that, just how do we engage students to help each other, to help the community, to create a sense that they aren't, it's not totally out of their control and it's not a total loss. So We do have a motion on the floor. Oh, sure. Yeah. Is it, do I need to extend time?
Yes, do you mind?
Nope, okay, I'll extend for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay,
wait, I have a
clarification on
question.
something you said. When she's saying extend, I'm sorry, I don't know how you put it, the window, the year, whatever, does that mean, explain that to me, what that means?
So typically at the end of the year, when that final grade period ends, your last day of school really has to be the
Right.
last final grade. So what we've asked permission for is to allow, to extend that, to give our students more time so they can do content recovery instead of credit recovery. And the big difference would be, you know, with credit recovery, you've got an F and
Right.
the F's on the report card. You do credit recovery, that second grade goes on the report card, but the F stays.
Gotcha.
With content recovery, the benefit to our kids would be that the first F would not be on the report card. It would just be their grade that they make in the class with the remediation.
Okay.
Content recovery.
Okay, so it's almost like an extension of the quarter.
You know,
Just
yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just,
a good
I'm
way
trying
to-
to understand. I'm
that's
sure
a good way
it's
to put it.
semantic. Okay, I'm just
Well,
understanding.
and that's why that's like, you don't, I heard him say content recovery.
Well, I did
as
too,
opposed
but
to
I didn't
credit
understand
recovery,
there's a
and I knew-
difference, and that's what.
Yeah, there's
okay.
there's a nuance there
Yeah,
that
I'm
you're
sorry, I should
covering,
have explained that.
No, okay, that's,
covering a piece of the curriculum
Right.
you failed so that you can then pass the whole class.
so if I heard you correctly, you're waiting to get approval to allow that, is that right?
Yes, the State Department said they did not see any issues with it initially, but he's supposed to get back to me on a final decision on that, but he did not see an issue with doing that.
Okay. And then secondly, to comment on what you said, just because I am advocating and I've promised every senior that I know, there is a perception that Greenville County went out of their way to make those last milestones that the class of 2020 missed. And I have a graduate from the class of 2020, so I know the drive-through graduation parades and everything that happened. There's this, Greenville County did as best a job they could to make those last things count and matter. There is a perception that the class of 2021 has been forgotten. And I've heard that from countless people. Because in some ways people have just said, well, we're just in this new funky normal and we're just having to learn how to exist in it. And I think we have a little bit lost sight of the fact that the class of 2021, I thought the class of 2020 lost out big, but the reality is the class of 2021 are the bigger losers when it comes to everything. So I will just echo Lisa's sentiments that I feel like we need to be looking for ways to make, this is why I wanted the vaccine thing accelerated. I want these kids back in school, and I want to salvage what's left of the school year as best we can so that we can have some kind of normalcy for these kids the last few months as we head into that last April and May timeframe. But barring that, I want to find some way, or I want the school district to know that that class really needs something.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. So we have a motion on the floor to
Wait, I
approve
have-
the use of
I have a question
38,500,000.
Ms. Wells, I'm sorry, I think.
Sorry, it's Sarah. I'm online. I have a question too.
Yes, Sarah, I'm sorry. Let me extend for 10 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to ask again about what Mr. Lewis had asked about. Is it possible for the virtual school to have acceptance requirements like some other magnet schools may have? Just to make sure that students are accepted if they've proven that they will participate and are able to have some success in that arena?
I guess want to draw a little bit of a distinction. In choice, the only schools we have that have admission criteria would be the magnet schools, as you mentioned. All the rest of the choice we have is simply open enrollment space available. Virtual sort of is a hybrid, I guess, a little bit between the two things. To go back to Jeff's explanation, I think right now with the uncertainty of where the pandemic is, the uncertainty of where the vaccine lies for even for younger people, that at this point we don't feel comfortable putting requirements on it beyond. We need to meet with these people that are wanting to go to virtual to understand that here was your success rate in virtual this year. Because we don't know of I think it's now 2,800. Jeff shared an updated number with me during lunch. We don't know those 2,800, how many of them were really successful in virtual, how many of them were not successful. Make sure they clearly understand the expectation and what's required of the student and perhaps of the family to support that if they're going to undertake it. Now, I would feel more comfortable after this year when things are more settled if we wish to have a criteria to enroll. Now, the flip side of that is if you want to go enroll in a virtual charter school in our state, there is no criteria to enroll other than them having space available for you to enroll. So to a degree, I think we have to look at that is that families are making a choice. We want to make sure they're making an informed choice. It is not easier than being in person in school. In fact, we have learned in these ways it is much more challenging and more difficult. But then at the end of the day, to still allow it to be their choice to undertake that. If they want to try to come back, we can work with them in hardship situations or situations where they're not being successful to try to get them back into a brick and mortar school. But I think right now, particularly with the uncertainty of circumstances, our position ought to be simply to make sure they're well informed about the rigors and the independent discipline that is necessary to be successful in a virtual environment.
Okay, the last thing I wanted to ask about was, I think 38 million is so much money, and I think the CRF funds were not included in the 38 million because those have already been allocated.
Those funds are the ones we got directly from the state. We have already committed to them. That will carry us through the end of this school year. So the ask is to get us from this summer through next year through next summer. Now, I'll be honest with you, our ask is on the high side and we don't want to fall short. I suspect we're going to be inside this number, and perhaps we might be well inside it. This is to make sure we have a sufficient amount. And again, one of the primary purposes of these CARES Act funds is to provide exactly this kind of support and remediation for our students who need it. And so we believe it is very much consistent with one of the primary intended purposes of the funding. And we have, I believe, an initial estimated allocation under CARES Act 2 of low 70 millions. Robin, what was the exact amount?
It's a little over 72 million. And that's estimated at this time.
So this 31 million comes out of the 72 million for CARES Act 2?
It's actually 38,513, and it comes out of a combination of 1 and 2. Robin, do you have it broken down? There's 7.5 coming out of 1 for summer school, and then there is some remaining in 1 coming out for the fall. How much was that, Robin?
It's on the slides. The 7,510,000, and then that's put out of their fund. And the next slide is 31,003,000.
Dylan, are you still looking at? Is she there?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, yeah, did you have anything else?
Oh, I thought she was looking at the totals. Because I was wondering if the 31 million for CARES Act 2 comes out of a total budget of 72 million from CARES Act 2.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, and then let me hear you say what your plan is right now for next year is that all students that want to attend in person will be able to, right?
I don't know. That would be our hope, yes.
I mean, like for students who were in virtual and they haven't been able to get back to brick and mortar, or new residents that have moved here and that were put in the virtual program, all of those students that want to attend in person will be able to next school year.
That is the way we are registering students for next fall, yes.
Okay.
The ones that have the 2,800 in virtual, they're the ones that have indicated to us they want to be virtual.
Right.
For whatever reason.
Okay. And the plan for next year is to have all schools attendance be 5 days?
That's certainly our hope, and it is our preliminary plan, yes.
Okay. Then that is my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Ms. Bush, do you have anything? I apologize for not asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, I don't have a question. I did want to echo that, as some other colleagues have said, that this is such a comprehensive plan, and I know how hard everybody give you accommodations for how hard everyone has worked to put this together, and our hope for how rapidly that we can catch our students up. But I do want to also say that having been in touch with a lot of seniors in my community, my goddaughter is a senior this year, and I have employees that are seniors, and I want to echo what Ms. Mosley said, is they feel like they have become the forgotten year, that a lot of things were done for the class last year, and I hope that we don't just think that, well, this is normal, and so this is a normal year. And I hope that I know that there are some principals out there, but I just want the district to remind and to work with the principals anyway, because I know that different communities did different things. I know the community in Travelers Rest did the signs with each senior's picture on it and their name, and had them lining Main Street for the last couple of months of school to make sure they had recognition. There were parades and things like that, and I just want to, we don't know. We hope for the best. We hope that things will get back to some sort of normalcy by the end of the year, but let's have a backup plan for just in case they don't. And if they do, those type of things could just be the cherry on top. And if they don't, then we just want to make sure that that for those students, that mental health issue, they might walk across that stage and get that diploma, but that doesn't negate the fact that we don't want them to leave feeling like they were slighted of anything that we could possibly provide from them for Greenville County Schools. And also just the fact of telling those, because I thought, well, there was really a lot of hard work last year, and we kind of pioneered the ability to be able to graduate all of our seniors, and to be able to have such a successful event at the TD Center. And so I want to make sure that they know, because I just made a comment that we would be having graduation this year, and my goddaughter spoke up and said, "Oh, really?" So we want to make sure that those seniors know that we're already in the planning to be able to make it possible for them to have graduations this year. So that was all that I had. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bush. So Ms. Stack's going to figure out how to use COVID CARES Fund for that. So again, we have a motion on the floor to approve the use of $38,513,000 of CARES Act 1 and 2 funds for supporting academic activities for summer 2021 and the 2021-22 school year. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to item 3.02, innovative course approvals. We have a recommended motion from the administration to approve the proposed local board courses as presented. Do I have a maker of the motion? I have a motion by Mr. Meek. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second by Ms. Stiles. Dr. Royster, would you like to present something on this item?
I
particular?
think really only to draw your attention to the fact that there are 5 courses for which we are seeking honors level under the new South Carolina honors rubric, and then proposed courses under the innovative course process, including African American literature, AVID at several grade levels, culinary arts, management 3 and 4, and firefighting 3 and 4. And certainly Mr. McCoy can answer any question that you might have about that. We don't have a formal presentation for each course.
Mr. McCoy, could you, because we have new board members, could you just kind of speak briefly to kind of this process and the innovative course piece from the board's perspective?
Yes, so the state catalog, the state has a catalog of courses that is approved at the state level, the districts can put in place and offer at elementary, middle, and high school. Beyond that, that's not an exhaustive list. Beyond that, there are courses that at times high schools wish to offer or the district wishes to offer, AVID being one of those that's tied to the career education program that we do. Some of our schools do. And so that goes through what's called a local board approval process. So any course that's not in the state catalog then goes through that local board approval process. So we have a whole application process. Teachers can initiate that with their principals. Principals can initiate that. Anybody can really initiate that process, complete the form, and then it's reviewed by our academic specialists for approval that then comes to you guys as a board for approval. Consequently, the board 3 years ago, I believe it was, or 4 years ago, also put an avenue in for honors level courses to be approved. So districts could request that a course be elevated to an honors level. The state released rubrics for those honors level courses. And so again, school teachers, principals submit those courses. Our team of academic specialists then go through and compare those courses to the honors rubric the state has released. And as long as it meets those criteria the state has put out on the rubric, then we bring those towards for you guys to approve as honors level courses as well.
Ms. Mosley.
Oh, sorry. So AVID is a program that some of our schools, Southside High School, Lakeview, Wade Hampton, those 3 schools have put in place. It really teaches students the career skills. It not always targeted. It can be targeted initially to students who maybe have never had families going to college before. So making sure they have those skills that would help them be successful in college. But it's all about that college preparation piece. So that's a separate class that they go to. So it's not necessarily for every student in the building. It would be an elective class that they go into to gain those skills for future college and career. It is an acronym, I believe, or something. I have to look it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. What is African American literature? Give me a little rundown on that.
So based on the course description there, it really is just a study of the literature, focused on the literature of our African American authors and cultures. And that would be an English course, so it would be an English elective, but really studying and highlighting those contributions of our African American writers and authors to literature.
Lewis.
In yearbook management and yearbook production 3, are there currently yearbook management 3 and yearbook production 3, and we're just adding the honors component?
Yes, those exist already.
So what is the difference between a student who is in yearbook management 3 and yearbook management 3 honors?
So there's a little bit more responsibilities. If I remember correctly from when I read that syllabus, there was a little bit more responsibility for how they run at the management level, the yearbook responsibilities. And so really just from the honors rubric that we tied that to, or that we looked at that against, really it's just more deeper level of understanding of like the business aspect of yearbook. It could be editorial responsibilities of the students that they have. So they just have additional responsibilities and requirements than the CP level would have.
And the music and media class, I noticed it was specifically listed as the Fine Arts Center class.
Yes.
So does that mean that it cannot be offered at other schools, or it is being piloted at the Fine Arts Center and then we'll expand to other schools?
We could offer it at other schools. We would have to put in another course with a different course number if we were to do that. So certainly a school could request that. The fine arts courses have different numbers attached to them because of the certification the way those fine arts teachers are certified. So they have a different course number for all of their courses than the regular high schools would have because of certification. But at high school, like they have in the past, have requested, there was a theater course, if I remember correctly, recently last couple of years they requested. We just have to reassign it a different course number for high school.
Ms. Bush, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Goodman Call.
Mostly because the English one requirement for students in ninth grade or English 2 requirements, you really want to try to get those 2 courses out of the way before going into that elective course. So that will be for kids that did their English 1 credit in 8th grade, English 2 9th grade, and then could go into an elective course after that. No, that course would just be for high school. And that's just simply because that's where it was initiated from. They wouldn't really have an elementary middle. They wouldn't be able to do that as a course because they have, we're required that the African-American authors certainly are infused into literature in middle school and their literature English classes, but students in middle school don't have a choice of English classes in middle school. Correct. This for these courses, we have to tag it to a subject because the course number is tied to a teacher certification. So we have to actually tag it to a certain class so that the state, we won't get gigged on accreditation.
Okay. Another question. You have Avid 3, then you have 6, 7, and 8. What is that?
So Avid 3 is just the high school version. We have, if I remember correctly, last year we took Avid 1, I believe, Charlotte, and 2 to you guys to approve. So this is just the next level of the Avid course. Most likely next year you'll see Avid 4, simply because the high school would need at least 4 levels for kids that maybe want to take that every year.
Ms. Doolan, do you have any questions?
I actually do just have one quick question. Is it only teachers and principals that bring new class ideas or curriculum to you to consider?
It would be any school personnel can or district personnel, but yes, it would be, and primarily that is because you have to have someone to teach it. And it has to work within the master schedule. So we do require the principal to sign off on anything that they would want to offer in their school, or a teacher, let's say, wants to offer in their school, because it has to be able to fit into the master schedule and work with the overall master plan.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Mr. Sutter?
Jeff, briefly describe for me Avid 6, 7, and 8.
So that one, Mr. Sutter, that would just be for students who want to do that elective in the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in our middle school. And again, it's really just teaching them those skills necessary for college and or future careers. So it's just a more intensive course for skills.
Who's teaching it?
Well, it's a related arts class, so it can be taught technically by any teacher. It's classified as a related arts teacher, but there's not a certain certification that has to teach it.
It's got here writing, inquiry, collaboration, organization, and reading, emphasis on note-taking, study skills, college career, motivational activities. That's interesting. That's in the 6th grade. We're gonna.
Yes, sir. So I know, like middle school, I don't remember which grade it was. Last year when I visited Lakeview, they were teaching the students Cornell note-taking. So like they teach certain note-taking strategies for students. Some students come and they do great taking notes and they have their own methods. Some students need a little bit more direction on, hey, here's some methods you could use to take notes and organize your thoughts and here's how to study, some study tips. So it's just for those students that may be struggling with some skills that they're going to need to be successful in the future.
All middle schools offer this?
This is not all middle schools. Right now, the 6th, 7th, 8th grade is just Lakeview.
Okay, just that one school?
Now, anybody could offer it, Mr. Sutter, in the future if they went into the Avid program. Once we approve a course for a school, it's approved for all schools.
How did that come about for Lakeview?
That was an initiative from the Lakeview staff and Ms. Dobbins there, the principal there, looking for a way to make sure those students have the skills to be not just successful in college or career, but also their next level of 6th, 7th grade or high school. So making sure they had those skills necessary to be successful. And so that's what the staff kind of landed on there to move that direction with Abbott.
Do we have a syllabus for that?
Yes, sir. The syllabuses are attached here in that overall spreadsheet with the links there.
Okay, thank you.
I guess, Jeff, that program in particular, I think you guys brought something to the board, or maybe you sent us something when that program was adopted. So
Yes.
maybe you could send that out just as a refresher for the
Sure.
board
Yeah,
and for the
just
new
a little
board
bit about it,
members
yeah.
that don't really know what the added program is.
Sure.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we have a motion to approve the proposed local board courses as presented. All in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. We have item 3.03, Montessori preschool curriculum. This is an item requested by Ms. Doolin. There's a presentation. Ms. Doolin, do you want to hear the presentation before you speak to it, or is that okay?
Well, actually, I think I've made it as far as I'm gonna get today, taking care of the kids at home. I was gonna suggest that we postpone unless everybody else is ready to keep going.
So so I guess what she's saying is, because this was her item, but she's not here. She has a sick child. So perhaps, are you suggesting you would like to postpone this till another meeting?
Is that possible?
Okay.
The administration has no problem with postponing if that was an inquiry for the administration.
Okay. Okay. I think for Ms. Dillon, because she is not here in the room, and this was her item, she would like to postpone that. Yes, Mr. Sutter, what's your?
Are we going to give that actual presentation that we have there? Because I think there are a number of things in that presentation that makes this unique. So if we're going to take that, I would like for us to go through that, because there's a cost involved in it. There's a pretty good cost. And also, we only have one school in the school district who seems to be interested in it.
Okay. So what I hear is, so Mr. Sutter, Ms. Doolin's request is that we defer
That's
this.
fine. I just want to know when we do it.
Okay.
I would like to see this presentation, because it gives you a better understanding and idea of the pros and cons of what this program is about.
Right. Okay. Okay. So without objection, we're gonna delay this item to the March Cal, as long as that. So, okay. All right, I'm gonna get ahead of schedule. Great. So with that brings us to the end of the instructional portion of the agenda. Mr. Sellers is running the building and grounds portion. So Mr. Sellers, I'm going to turn it over to you for this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's going to be a long one. I don't know if we can take it, spend the rest of the day dealing with this one. The one item under building and grounds today is item 4.01, facilities project update report. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. Mr. Colonel Carlin is here. We'll be glad to answer any questions you might have related to the facilities project report.
Coach?
On the high school weight rooms, what 5 of 13 are in progress?
Yes, sir. Southside High, Travelers Rest, Woodmont, Riverside, and Wade Hampton.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have a question for Colonel Carlin? Thank you, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, this ends the building and grounds portion of today's agenda, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. That brings us to the conclusion of our agenda for the day.
I'd like to make a motion, we adjourn.
I have a motion from Mr. Sailor, seconded by Mr. Meek and Ms. Morrison Fair. Any discussion? All in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. We stand adjourned.